up, everyone? Yes. Oh, Mr. Unemployed, first one here. Lala, what's up? NB Commies here. Sharon, Becky. How are you guys? Yo. What a day. This is possibly the most unique stream that we have ever done here. I'm so happy that you are here. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. And thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. You're so nice. Okay, cool. Cool. All good. Nice. All right, guys. Well, shall we? Now that we have the vaccine tracker, guys, guess what we get to do every time? We get to show it off, and we get to reveal the vaccine fact of the day. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Vaccine fact. The first vaccine was developed in 1796 for smallpox. Did you know that? Incredible. Wow. Wow. Incredible. One more for vaccines. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, well, I'll tell you guys what, though. I will be honest. I love you on Twitch, and I love you here. But I do have... What's this? Well, we're not going. Before we get going.
Well, hello there.
Hi.
Hey, how are you tonight?
Good, good. What's up?
Excellent. Well, I was just doing a talk, and I actually just invited you on because, well, it was an opportunity to do so.
Cool.
Add new dimension to this conversation about gratitude and how it holds in the highest vibration there is. And we can even start with microscopic gratitude. I experienced a tremendous amount today at a convention I was at.
Okay, cool.
And nice. So also, if you were to create a perfume or cologne, what would you call it? Because a friend of mine was on here just now that just made one, and he said I could if I wanted to with his designer. And I thought, what would I call it? So,
man, I don't know. That's a good question.
Right. You kind of want it to be sort of sexy, kind of like alluring, right? Because it's a cologne, right? Mm-hmm. What's your favorite one right now, for example? What's it called?
Oh, it's Tom Ford.
You like Tom Ford? Anything?
Something gray velvet or something like that. I forget what the name of it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Velvet's always kind of like sexy, right?
Yeah.
And gray fox, silver fox.
Yeah. Let me try to figure out what it was. What is it? Tom Ford.
Silver lining. I was trying to think too. I was kind of at a loss. I was
gray vetiver. That's what it is. Gray vetiver.
You would call it gray vetiver. What does vetiver mean?
Well, no, that's what the Tom Ford cologne that I use.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've not heard of that. Wow.
Yeah.
And I love Tom Ford. I love everything. Their fashion.
Yeah. It's not like a fruity one. It's kind of like but it doesn't, like a lot of guys' colognes like are super woody. And I don't like, I in some points, but I want something else, something more elegant, something more modern, not just like not a campfire, No,
I get that. Yeah. I like rose and sandalwood together. I think they're nice. Because rose by itself is like a little too flowery, but sandalwood's a little too woody, but put them together, it actually makes a nice sort of smell.
Yeah, nice.
But a new perfume, if you were to make it to smell not like an essential oil, I don't know. Could be any array of things, really.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
and you know what the funny thing about that is? It kind of depends on your chemistry, doesn't it?
Sure. Yeah.
Like your body chemistry has a lot to do with how it ends up smelling from
Yeah, exactly. It's very true. Totally agree. That's why I like to, once I get one, I kind of just like commit. So, but yeah,
So what do you usually get on here to talk about? You're getting a lot of
science,
hosts on.
science. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
good. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I
I'm a
love it.
scientist. Yeah,
Wow, and I'm a spiritual psychologist.
cool,
That's
cool.
so funny. We're like a totally different kind of, but not really. I mean, there's a science to spiritual, to metaphysics, essentially, right?
Sure,
Okay.
sure. Yeah, sure. Well,
And
I gotta go trounce RFK for about 3 hours and absolutely ring him through the gutter. So,
what's
for all
that?
the nonsense and disinformation that he talked about. So that's what I planned for the next 3 hours. So, I gotta
Oh,
get
get it.
back to it. Yeah, these
I
people are
appreciate
dangerous. Yeah, these
what
people
misinformation are they bringing? Do tell.
so
I
much
want to know.
about vaccines and just all
Oh,
these. We're harming people with now. It's really
oh,
bad.
I know. I agree. I'm anti-vax too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not good.
There's-
You can change.
yeah.
It's okay.
What do you mean? Me?
Yeah, you said you're anti-vax?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can change. It's okay. You can
I don't have to.
you should. You should.
I don't. I did vaccinate for COVID and stuff, but I wouldn't do it again. If
Okay.
I wouldn't absolutely have to, I will not. Because it's poison in the body.
No, it's not. No.
No, it's not, huh? Okay, okay.
No.
All right. There's different perspectives for everybody.
It's science. That's the thing. It's not really perspective. It's whether or not you can prove it. And through studies and reproduction and reproducibility, it's important. And vaccines have saved millions of lives.
I can believe it.
Yeah. 50 million lives in the last 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what else have you got to bring to awareness about
Do you see it? Do you
science?
see this? Isn't this cool? This is the vaccine tracker. This is how many vaccines we've gotten as a community. Just in the last week. It's been crazy. We've like
Oh,
just done
wow.
37 vaccines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Pretty
that
cool.
should be profitable.
No, what's profitable is all the anti-vax people because it makes you spend way more money. You know, the average cost of a measles outbreak is $47,000 per person, and a measles vaccine is $100. So what do you think the pharmaceutical company's making more profit off of? All the drugs that they're selling you to make up $47,000 or a
Not
vaccine
against
that's only 100?
No, I hear you. I actually got my shots as I needed them growing up as a kid because, well, it was just a protocol to do,
Yeah.
I suppose. So,
Yeah.
mhm. So, but I'm a big proponent of staying healthy holistically, and I certainly do help people with their spiritual fit condition.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I get to do today. I actually have a sober house out here in the desert near Palm Springs called Cielo Sober Living, and I also have a spiritual foundation that puts together spiritual retreats, and yeah, it helps. All of it helps. We have to, it's mind, body, soul, and
I'm a big proponent of mental health. Like I do think that that's very important, and I think that mental health and physical health are one thing. They're not separate, and I do think that like they tie into one another. So,
They do, because if you treat the spirit, the body and mind do follow, and that's a fact. And honestly, anything else will snap back like a rubber band over time. It doesn't really have the longevity as treating the spirit first, but it's all intertwined. You're right, and your mind, it's centered. Everything centers in your mind, and that's like big time important to have that shift. Just
we got the
good
question in
attitude.
chat. What about the metals in vaccines? There was actually a 1.2 million kid study over 20 years in Denmark that showed that there was no connection between metals in the vaccines and neurodegeneracy. So that was it's pretty been like debunked over and over and over again, but unfortunately that doesn't sway people. So
Yeah.
anyway, well, thanks. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
Appreciate you. Go get them, Tiger.
Thanks for saving me. I can't that down to earth, Mel, that is literally true. That's what the study said. So I don't know. Dude, I can't get out of those guys. I can't get out of. I have to battle her in order to get out of it, and I didn't want to battle her. So you think,
Did,
oh, hi, you're here.
hi.
Yeah, guys,
Hi.
it's not a rise in. You know what also is indicative. The correlation is not causation. So, like the rise in autism also correlates with the rise of Google Chrome usage, or the amount of in and out fast food chains that there are. It's
Can
just because it's there doesn't mean that is a sorry. And so, Ali, I see you. There's just disinformation that I gotta combat. You know what I mean?
that, that's exactly why I clicked and asked if I could come on your live.
Cool.
Because I studied holistic health. Supposedly, I studied holistic health.
Okay.
And when I graduated from the program, the internet was beginning. It was, it was the early times of the internet. And when I graduated the program, I realized that there was so much false information online already that I did not wish to publish myself to correlate with people that were claiming that these holistic healthcare programs and this education they supposedly had
Huh.
was enough to give medical advice to people. And that's exactly what this conversation, I believe we need to categorize it as a health conversation between medical professionals and their patients and people that agree to be the patients of the medical professionals.
I'm so
And
I'm
I,
just I'm sorry. I just want to just I'm really confused right now. So you went through a naturopath program, came out the other side, and you were saying that there's too much disinformation that other
yes,
naturopaths were pushing, and that you agree with the
yes.
medical community.
So I'm a very spiritual person,
Okay.
and I can separate spiritual practices and mental health practices away from medically caring for the body in an industrial civilization that we have now in 2025.
Okay.
And I think when we talk about specifically what happened with the COVID vaccine,
Uh-huh.
if you wanted to care for a older person in your family or a vulnerable population person, you went and got the vaccine because that
Yeah.
was the medical science.
Wow.
And
Oh my
I
gosh.
feel
Oh.
like we have let's say, the overloaded amount of people with mental health and untreated mental health. It includes people that are working in, making policy, coming out with all these crazy, or not, crazy is not a right word, but maybe it's suspicious factual statements. Like, they're all opinions, guys. They're all
Wait,
opinions.
but
We need
who's
to look
making
at the
these? I just want to be
straight
100%
data.
clear. I'm dumbfounded that like you might be the actual diamond in the rough that I was talking to my wife about, that I was like, I'm not opposed to naturopaths in principle as long as they adhere to medical science and they actually listen to physicians and talk about that
Yes,
and
we
say,
are
hey, you
out
can do.
here in the world. We are
Oh,
sane
no
people that
way.
have studied all realms of our human existence.
Insta
And
Alley
I
8, you are like the one sane naturopath if this is actually going the way that I think that this is going. I'm
right.
really
And what
confused.
happens is people they put their, cement boots on, and they want to, sell whatever they want to sell.
For
And
real.
their brand of thinking that is what they want to sell, right? This is all ego. The whole conversation is ego, and that's why I think it just screams this is a mental health crisis, not a vaccine crisis.
So our so
Um,
I just have to go through here. I'm sorry, just like some simple yes or no questions. Like, vaccines, are they safe and effective?
some vaccines are very safe, and some vaccines are very safe and effective. I can't say
It's close
everything
enough, people. I
ever
guess
and
how
everywhere for
uh,
everyone, because the situations happen. But if you go to a doctor and they say they think you should have a vaccine for your health or your family's health,
uh-huh.
if you're taking care of a vulnerable population person, hey, look at the science. Don't look
Wow.
at what, the passionate yoga person in the park is saying,
Oh my
because
gosh.
that does not, even though, they've lived on local honey for 20 years, doesn't mean you can live on local honey for 20 years.
Yeah. Wow. This is crazy. I mean, I you know what? We're wow. I just have to go this is the natural path question list I have to go through. I'm just curious how you stand on like science in general, just like simple yes or no question answers if you could. Like germ theory, do you think viruses are real?
Absolutely, they are real.
Flat
They
Earth, do you
affect
think flat Earth
humans.
is real?
I think there are portions of the earth that may appear flat, just like there are lines that appear to be straight.
Okay, we'll take it. Six
Yeah,
thousand year old Earth.
I think it's much older.
Okay, evolution.
Definitely happens.
Okay, dinosaurs, are they real?
I live in New York, so I've seen a lot of really cool stuff. If they weren't dinosaurs, they were something.
Wow. Climate change. Are humans contributing to it?
Locally, 100%. There's definitely chemicals that humans have created that have destroyed the planet
Wow.
and may destroy space.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Vaccine safety. Gravity, is gravity real?
The word gravity has a universally accepted definition.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll take it. We'll take it. Do you think that there's an immune system?
Within every person, yes. And every animal and
Wow.
plant and, everything.
Wow. Um. Awesome, guy. I mean, I mean, you're. Um. Wow. Thank you for speaking out and being you, because I don't agree with all your answers, but that's fine. We don't have to agree on everything. And I'm honestly like so shocked that there's a naturopath that actually is out there that isn't just completely sold on every single crazy conspiracy out there that, you know what? Imperfect allies are okay with me. You know what I mean? So, so we're going to take it.
Yeah, and a lot of what I didn't answer directly
Yeah.
is because I think that people don't understand all those words. So I answered
Okay.
it in a way that I think people could understand my answer.
Sure. Well, I gotta
Um,
go like dress
so
down
this is
RFK
the
for
so
like
this is
3
the
hours. So
one
I gotta go, unfortunately, but I would love to talk to you more. I had this plan
I
to
want
like
to I want to leave you with one woo-woo point.
exciting.
Is that
Don't ruin
I
this
I
for me. Don't
really,
ruin this
yeah,
for
no,
me,
no, no.
Allie. I'm not.
You're a married man. You're a married man. Calm down.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. No, I mean, don't say anything that's conspiratorial, please. Like, just
I know, I,
don't
I
ruin
know. I'm
this.
gonna ruin it. I'm gonna ruin it. Listen,
Okay.
I studied reflexology, so I went from studying naturopathic medicine to studying reflexology because I said, with everybody so full of shit that comes out of these, educations, everybody's still so full of it and still
Mm-hmm.
selling their own thing. I'm gonna figure out these foot massage, the secret of the foot massage.
Okay.
And it's blown me away how science has caught up with that nonsense reflexology stuff. Your feet really do connect with all the parts of your body, and keeping your feet flexible and your toes and everything really can improve your quality of life throughout the day.
Okay.
And when we talk about meditation or mindfulness, connecting your hands to your feet, you can put your palms of your feet together. Like, these are ways that we can connect the circuits of the body and adjust our heart rates and our breathing. And I think it's not about food. It's more about not eating the food, honestly, and connecting with our breath and our actual physical being. And I enjoyed talking to you tonight. So
Okay,
I
cool.
hope I didn't ruin it too much.
No,
And
it's fine. I would love to talk
I
to you
hope you
more.
get
I
a
just
foot
gotta like,
massage tonight too.
yeah, I just had like dozens of DMs to talk about and watch this video, so I gotta like do that. But I would love to talk to you more, like
Yeah.
genuinely, like
I'll
tomorrow
look
or
back for
whatever.
your recap of the video.
Okay, yeah. Probably like Sunday would probably be work best. Because it's like
Yeah.
a 3 hour video, so we're gonna do like an hour and a half tonight, which is probably gonna be like 2 hours, and then tomorrow 2 hours tomorrow, and then because I gotta watch the whole thing. I'm like a primary sources guy, so I like to do read the
Me
whole thing,
too.
So I'm weird. I'm
Yes.
very
I
weird.
and then rewind it and figure
Yeah,
out exactly what they said, and then
exactly,
figure out what they meant to say, because that they're referring to something that they didn't get quite right. So you got to find the study they
exactly,
actually meant to be talking about.
exactly. All right.
Yes.
Well, Insta Alley 8, I am so intrigued by you. I don't know if you're trolling me legitimately. Hopefully not. It seems genuine. I genuinely think that you're a genuine person. I think so. But I've talked to all these naturopaths that are so off the deep end that this
Yeah.
is, if this is
The
as good
guy
as
that
it gets,
sold
then I'm
those
okay with that.
blenders, the guy that sold those blenders, the NutriBullet blenders.
Yeah.
I was around when he was first coming up in the world.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, "What? Nope, I'm not, not on that team
Okay.
for
Yeah,
team
exactly. All right. Well, thank you, Insta Alley. Thank you. Allie, thank you
Bye-bye.
I'll can't wait to talk to you more,
I
okay?
give you some hope.
Yeah, you did. You
Bye-bye.
genuinely did. I'm actually
And I'm telling you, we're
100%
out
more.
here and we're being quiet
Statistically
because,
significant hope has been
yeah,
found. A p-value,
yeah.
significant p-value.
All
All right. I'll
right,
talk
be
to you later,
well.
okay? For
All right,
real.
bye-bye.
Okay, guys. All right. So I got something planned and set up here, all right, for our stream. Genuinely something different. Okay, so I have the audio coming through, so if you want to watch and you just want to watch listen to this, you can stay here. Stay on the TikTok. It's all chill. We're all good. If you guys wanted to watch the video of the Senate hearing and you wanted to look at the YouTube chat while they're going, then you're going to want to jump over to the YouTube stream, okay? So, or you could put it on a second monitor if you want. I don't know if there might be a lag, whatever you want. So, yeah, Dr. Nanotube, dr.nanotube on YouTube. It's the link is in my my link tree, which is in my profile. You can get it there, or you can just type it in. URL's the pinned comment, and we got to start, guys. It's 3 hours long, so we gotta go. We gotta go right now. Okay, so tell me if this works. And okay, guys, about RFK's voice. It is a disease that he is suffering through. We can't make fun of it, all right, for real. And I tried to clean it up as much as I could, audio wise, because it is very jarring to listen to. So I like it is kind of frustrating to listen to. But I tried to clean it up as much as I could. All right, here we go. This is it.
Disease and promoting prevention first.
Can you guys hear it?
I look forward to exploring ways that the federal government can further align payment incentives to support healthy living and fight chronic disease. The administration has also prioritized efforts to end waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal health care programs, including through eligibility and enrollment verification. This critical work is not just about saving taxpayer dollars. It's about restoring trust and ensuring vital programs like Medicare and Medicaid are sustainable for generations to come. In July, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS,
yeah. Well, this isn't RFK.
That the agency identified 2.8 million Americans.
This is the Senate. The leader of the Senate, which is a Republican. So he's just talking and introducing everyone.
Who were simultaneously enrolled in multiple Medicaid or Affordable Care Act exchange plans. Stopping this duplicate enrollment while working with states to ensure that individuals do not inappropriately lose coverage has the potential to save taxpayers $14 billion annually. CMS has also taken steps to provide states with additional immigration information.
Okay, is that too much? I'm going to do 1.5, guys.
Preserving lifelines like Medicaid for those who are legally entitled under the law will ensure long-term sustainability.
1.5
Congress has
times,
bolstered
guys.
these efforts by passing the One Big Beautiful Bill. This bill enacts common sense reforms to reduce improper payments and brings needed personal accountability to the Medicaid program. These reforms will protect Medicaid and refocus the program on the most vulnerable patients, those whom the program was intended to serve.
It doesn't.
The OBBA also created the Rural Health Transformation Program, the single largest investment in rural health care in decades.
It doesn't.
Help stabilize and modernize the rural health delivery system throughout our country.
They're pulling aid from it. This is just nonsense.
Reflect a vision for a healthcare system that is proactive, efficient, and patient-centered. While many of the issues discussed today may be partisan in nature, this committee has a deep history of bipartisan healthcare accomplishments. I remain committed to partnering with this administration and Ranking Member Wyden to enact policies.
So brave. Republican saying that he's going to partner with the Republican administration. He's so brave. Wow.
Realign incentives in the prescription drug supply chain, expand access to telehealth, and ensure long-term stability.
Ducray, is it? I don't have to technically. I think 1.5 is noticeable. 1.25 is not noticeable. So I think maybe we just do 1.25. What do you think? What do you think, Ducray? Is that okay?
In our physician payment system.
I think this is better.
Mr. Secretary, I look forward to hearing from you today about the administration's efforts to make America healthy again.
Wow.
And how we can continue to work together to achieve this
Who's against
goal.
people being more healthy,
Thank
guys?
you very much, Senator White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the committee gathers today, the United States is in the midst of a health care calamity, the largest cuts to American health care in the history of our nation, and they are approaching like an avalanche. Last week, most of the senior leadership at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention were fired or they resigned after refusing to bow.
What a different country that they are painting. Isn't that insane? So this is the Wyden, which is the ranking Democrat now that's responding. And I mean, just the complete difference. The idea that the Democrats are like, the Republicans just are painting this in alternate version of reality that it just doesn't make sense at all.
To Robert Kennedy's unceasing crusade against vaccines.
Exactly.
I traveled across Oregon last month, and the message was the same from one end of the state to the other. Families are confused. They're scared about who to trust about their health care. Robert Kennedy and Donald Trump have done so much to feed that mistrust.
Tons of damage.
This morning, my staff, in partnership with Senator Alsobrooks' team, is releasing a report that shows the disaster of Robert Kennedy's 203 days in office. Every single day, there's been an action that endangers the health and wellness of American families. Robert Kennedy has elevated conspiracy theorists, crackpots, and grifters to make life or death decisions about the health care of the American people.
Dude, RFK is just staring him down. He hates it.
3 calling cards. One is chaos at federal health agencies, leaving families, doctors, and the entire nation confused and frightened. Corruption that benefits Robert Kennedy, Donald Trump, and their friends at the expense of taxpayers. And higher health costs for families. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter this report into the record.
Without objection.
Then there's chaos. It's been obvious from the start that Robert Kennedy's primary interest is to take vaccines away from Americans.
True.
During his confirmation process, he claimed to be pro-safety and pro-science, but his actions reveal a steadfast commitment to elevating junk science and fringe.
I mean, he was anti-vax before, guys. He was talking about being anti-vax for a very long time. Like Samoa, he like increased vaccine hesitancy there. Like he's been anti-vax for a very long time, guys. The idea that he was somehow not going to do any of this stuff was just nonsense that Trump lied about, and people bought it. So I mean, and here we are.
Fringe conspiracies. His agenda has not been about choices and information for families. Just last week, he threatened doctors that deviated from the new anti-science vaccine guidelines he released.
And Trump too. With his executive orders, guys. It's crazy.
Vaccine. And then there's corruption. Robert Kennedy's bizarre statements and actions beg the question, why? Democrats on this committee answered that question months ago. Robert Kennedy can enrich himself and his allies. His family still stands to gain from class action lawsuits against vaccine makers.
Oh my
Now,
gosh,
Robert
that's
Kennedy
ridiculous.
fired every member, every single one of the group responsible for making vaccine recommendations to doctors across the country under the false pretense of conflicts of interest. Meanwhile, many of the new members of the panel are outright vaccine deniers who've appeared as paid witnesses in lawsuits against vaccine makers.
They all made money off of this. They've all made entire careers off of being anti-vax now.
Conflicts of interest and ethics disclosures remain hidden under lock and key.
Michael, that's not true. Of course they have autism, dude.
On top of all this bedlam in American healthcare, just 2 months ago, Donald Trump signed into law.
Addy, I did see that. He's like, Trump said that it's just safe and effective, and that's just is what it is. I was like, what? What did you say? That is so crazy. Yes, they do, guys. Yes, of course they have autistic people.
The largest healthcare cuts in America.
Long COVID, it's tough. I don't think that there's been like a known mechanism. So, yeah. So of course we have to.
American history to pay for tax breaks for the wealthiest people and massive corporations in our country. Republicans know these cuts are going to hit communities like a wrecking ball. That's why they push the most severe cuts.
Bluesman, it's true, dude. That's how he became famous, was suing environmental companies. So he's just gonna do the same thing for pharma companies, and it's shaking him down just like Trump does with all these lawsuits. It's the exact same action.
Until after the election. That's why their members already introduced bills to roll back some of the cuts.
Exactly.
Make no mistake, though, those cuts are being
Darcy.
felt right now.
It's insane.
We're seeing hospitals in Idaho cutting payments, hospitals in nursing homes. Providence Seaside Hospital in Oregon announced they're shutting down their labor and delivery unit. Every family is going to feel the burden of Trump care in America. Premiums are going to spike next year, especially
exactly. All the healthcare is going to go up, guys, because of this. Your healthcare costs will go up because of this.
Congress has an opportunity to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits that lower the cost of premiums. Democrats are ready to pass an extension that stops a dramatic premium spike that would force many families to pay double what they do today.
Dude, the YouTube comments. Oh no, you're telling me I can't give a poison to people? Like,
Robert Kennedy is focused on his anti-vaccine mission, fueled by some kind of complex that the consequences be damned.
This is
Amid
wild.
this litany of corruption and chaos, the one point I have to underline is Robert Kennedy puts children in harm's way every single day in America. To my Republican colleagues, I must ask, what line must Robert Kennedy cross before some of you will also join this alarm?
Yeah.
This weekend, under the cover of darkness, Robert Kennedy attempted to disappear hundreds of children under his care at Office of Refugee Resettlement facilities. These children here without parents or family were rounded up in the middle of the night and put on planes to Guatemala. Lawyers on the ground described unthinkable scenes. Our staff, some who are here today, were party to this in the middle of the night. And one child said to their lawyer, "Why do they want to send me back? My mom is dead and my dad abuses me. Why do they want to hurt me?" This was an actual conversation. These actions were illegal. Documents show that many of these children were in the country to escape trafficking in their homeland. Mr. Kennedy calls himself a protector of children. Some kind of rich claiming from somebody who's flown on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet on multiple occasions. I don't think Robert Kennedy should be within 1 million miles of this job. Republicans on the committee had a chance to prevent the public health train wreck that Mr. Kennedy has engineered. Everyone voted for him.
Dude.
It is in the country's best interest.
Isn't that
Robert
wild,
Kennedy
guys?
steps down,
Isn't that
and if
so
he doesn't,
funny?
Donald Trump should fire him before more people are hurt by his reckless disregard for science and the truth. I also would like.
Isn't that wild? How much these Republican politicians are always involved with this Epstein stuff? It is absolutely insane to me. Not surprised though. Not surprised.
To note, Senator Cantwell has joined us in this effort. I hope, at the very least, Robert Kennedy has the decency to tell the truth this morning. Mr. Chairman, I have a procedural request I'd like to make at this time.
Not yet.
It's a short one.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's unfortunate that I have to say this, but this is a witness who has lied to members of the Senate Finance Committee. In response to over 35 written questions, including from me, he said, and I quote, that he would do nothing as HHS Secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking vaccines. That was clearly not true.
Yeah.
His unprecedented unilateral actions to restrict access to COVID vaccines, that alone proves it. He tried to fire the Senate-approved CDC director after she chose the truth over what I consider his delusions. His prepared testimony even today includes the debunked lie that 500,000 children disappeared under the Biden administration's watch, a lie that the Trump administration is using as a pretext to hunt immigrant children and their families. So my request, Mr. Chairman, and I think it is unfortunate that I have to do this, but given the unprecedented nature of the witness's behavior, I would ask now that the committee formally swear in Robert Kennedy as a witness.
Oh, God.
Senator,
what an intro. What an intro.
We'll reject your request. We will treat this witness as we treat all of the other administration witnesses who come before us. And let me just say again, as I said in my opening remarks, we will have some partisan disagreements today.
Brave.
We're having partisan disagreements right now, and I am having partisan disagreements with you on your characterization of the facts. The bottom line is we will let the Secretary make his own case in his opening statement.
I'll only say, Mr. Chairman, that this committee's unwillingness to swear this witness is basically a message that it is acceptable to lie to the Senate.
Dude, how many people do mainstream medical doctors cure? What are you talking about? Your little green tea, what kind of gene therapy does your green tea have? What kind of actual ability for reproducible results does any of your stuff have? It's just nonsense.
Finance Committee about hugely important questions like vaccines. I think it's
not
a great
yet.
mistake.
This is their opening statement,
Omar. I
Somar.
understand that you're not going to grant it, and we can
Yeah,
move on.
We'll get to the bottom of
nonsense,
your
MZ,
accusations.
girl. It's
but
just
at this
nonsense. You
point,
don't understand what's
I'm
happening.
going to turn to our witness, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy.
Just because you don't know, well, because there's not one cancer, dude. You don't understand what you're talking about. So yeah, they haven't cured all cancers. So of course not. Yeah. Yeah, Michael, you don't care if Americans die, and you don't care about 1.2 million Americans die. So, who have I cured? Yeah, we have cured, absolutely cured cancers. Yes, forms of cancers we have with gene therapy, with T-cell therapy, with B cells, absolutely. Chili pants! Chili pants! Oh my gosh. Let's do it. Okay, we got one, guys. Guess what? Here we go. Here we go. This is going to go up in 3, 2, 1. Ah, beautiful. 38, guys. 38. Let's go. Dude, Michael, you aren't Christian, bro. You aren't Christian. Whatever you think you are, you're not Christian. You don't even know what a T cell or B cell is, Karen. So how can I tell you about it? Why don't you go learn what a T cell is and a B cell is? We've done it. People have cured types of cancer. Are you out of your mind? Yeah, Michael. That's it.
Kennedy Jr. And Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Secretary, you may make your opening
Hey, Michael, thank you for spamming and increasing our engagement on this stream. It helps us get into the 99th percentile of all TikTok streams. People like you in here just in doing your because you know what's crazy? The hate watchers, guys. I can see the metrics. The hate watchers, they watch more than anyone else, guys. They're in here for hours, 2 or 3 hours each, just spamming the same nonsense, but they don't realize that it actually increases our engagement and makes us one of the top TikTok streams on the entire app. So thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Here we go. Here's RFK.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo, and thank you, Ranking Member Wyden, for the invitation to appear before the committee today. Before I summarize what we've accomplished this year at HHS, I want to express my deepest condolence to the family of DeKalb County Police Officer David Rose.
Who's this guy?
Who gave his life to stop the gunfire attack on the CDC on August 8th.
Oh my gosh,
Officer
dude.
Rose was a veteran.
This nonsense. This guy stoked these madmen into thinking that the CDC was responsible for all these deaths and that they actually caused all this harm. And he stoked all this violence against the CDC. And now he has the gall to actually start his first sentence talking about how he's the one that actually cares about the health and safety of the people at the CDC. Just absolute nonsense.
Was a husband and the father of 2 children. Officer Rose's widow, whom I visited, is expecting their 3rd child.
Oh my gosh, she was pregnant.
What a... know that he remains in our prayers and that he will continue to be in our thoughts. Let me start with the big picture. Under President Trump's leadership, we at HHS are enacting a once-in-a-generation shift from a sick care system to a true healthcare system that tackles the root causes of chronic disease.
Who is they cured? Karen, who is RFK cured? Anyone in chat? Anyone chat? Who is RFK cured? I'll wait, guys. Who's RFK cured? No one. Exactly. He's not a doctor. Exactly. No one. Not a single person. His brain worm. Bella, you are going to beg for mRNA delivery of your cancer gene therapy because that's how it's going to be delivered. And you're going to think, my God, please get that gene therapy mRNA vaccine inside me as soon as possible because that's going to be your only chance at life. That's what's going to happen.
Chronic diseases reach crisis proportions in our country. And finally, we have an administration that is taking action. The Maha Report assessment, which the White House released in May, was the first government analysis of the key drivers of childhood chronic disease: ultra-processed foods, chemical exposures, physical inactivity, and over-medicalization.
Nonsense. All nonsense,
This month, we will follow with the Maha Report strategy, the Trump administration's solution for addressing each cause. At HHS, we haven't...
Dude, C-Dub, not a single conspiracy about COVID was correct. The lab leak was false. That was incorrect. All of the mass deaths that were going to happen at 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years from the vaccine, all of it were nonsense. Not a single ivermectin was false. Hydroxychloroquine was false. Nothing was true. Dude, you know what, Matthew, the injuries, you know what? My thoughts and prayers are with the people with the injuries. My thoughts and prayers.
Just been writing reports. We have been the busiest, most proactive administration in HHS history. In just half a year, we've taken on food dyes, baby formula contamination, the grass
so brave,
in our drinking water.
Fluoride in the drinking water did nothing. What is he doing? What has he done? He's just saying these things. He hasn't done any of this stuff.
Gas station heroin, electronic cigarettes.
Gas station heroin? What is he talking about? What in the world is he talking about?
Drug prices, prior authorization, information blocking.
Oh, there's a protester. There's a protester right now. Food dyes aren't a big deal. No, they're not, Ruben. They're not.
It takes over 3 months to get a authorization.
Okay, there's a protester.
The committee.
They're getting taken out. And then
Notify
they're
everyone
restarting.
else in the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate. Mr. Secretary.
And healthcare, as I was saying, prior authorization, information blocking, and healthcare interoperability. We're ending gain-of-function research,
ending gain-of-function research. Nonsense. It still happens, guys. Gain-of-function research still goes on. It's just the United States isn't going to be a leader in this type of stuff. Like, evolution is real, and we use evolution in order to make things in the lab better. So it's just it's a false thing. It's a fake idea that people have been sold and they've been lied to.
mutilation and reducing animal testing. We are addressing cell phone use in schools, excessive screen time for youth.
I mean, that stuff is fine. I totally think. NZ girl, you don't have no idea what gain of function even is. You don't even have no idea what those words mean. I mean, that's something that people can get behind. I totally think that there should be. No, of course it didn't come from a lab, Ruben. None of the scientific method. There's zero evidence that it came from the lab. Zero evidence that SARS-CoV-2 came from the lab. I mean, the amount of the idea that there should be some restriction on phones in schools 100% makes sense, guys. I mean, that 100% makes sense. Why would we ever have smartphones in schools? It's insane.
The lack of nutrition education in our medical schools, sickle cell anemia, hepatitis C, the East Palestine chemical spill, and many, many others.
What is this? What is this? Cry harder, Greg. What is this YouTube comment? What is that? How hilarious is that? This is a chat replay. So this isn't even Oh, okay. There's another commenter scrolling up that like 20 comments up that was talking about that he's evil. That's so funny though. I'm like, wait, what? There's no way. No, exactly, Addy. He's just listing off things that he wants to do, like lower crime, make our like the quality of life go up. Like he's just like, it's just like a wish list of things that he has not accomplished at all or contributed to, but they're actually actively taking the research money away in order to harm people from these things from happening. They're gutting the science community in order to have these things happen. It's insane.
At FDA, we are now on track to approve more drugs this year than at any time in history.
Yeah, that's not necessarily good, guys. The FDA just mass approving drugs isn't necessarily a good thing, guys. Our FDA was notoriously cautious. It's very hard to get things past our FDA. That's one of the reasons why like it's so trusted around the world. And that, you know, things like through the American FDA is like can really be trusted. But the fact that they're going to randomly run through a bunch of drugs in the FDA and now they're going to cite that as a source of awesomeness. It's just insane.
I'm also proud to say that HHS under President Trump is doing more with less. We have taken measures to fight waste, fraud, and abuse. Just by eliminating duplicative enrollments in CMS, we are saving taxpayers $14 billion a year.
What? CMS? What is CMS? What is that even talking about? HHS, CMS. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So they just kicked a bunch of people off the rolls, and they're saving $14 billion from that. That doesn't make any sense. So it sounds like they just kicked a bunch of people off of the charts, and they're like, oh, we're saving money. That is so gross. That is gross, Ashley. Ashley, what in the world?
Meanwhile, we are expanding access for people who need it. We are ending racist diversity, equity, and inclusion practices and instead focusing on aiding low-income and vulnerable families, regardless of their race, which was the original intent of Title X. We're also pouring $1 billion into Head Start and the Administration for Children and Families. Compassion need not be the casualty of efficiency. I'd like to highlight some issues that have not gotten media attention. First, we are doing our part to fulfill the President's commitment to stop human trafficking, especially of children. We inherited a terrible humanitarian crisis from the previous administration with its open border policies, which allowed the appalling loss of 407.
So, in what world is the HHS going to be involved with ending human trafficking? Like, what? Isn't that wouldn't that be like an FBI thing? ACF? The Administration for Children and Families? I'm so confused.
76,000 unaccompanied children. We have implemented policies now to ensure that appalling tragedy can never happen again.
Karen, it sounds like you're really knowledgeable. Thanks for sharing.
82,000 doors and located 22,000 of those children. I promise you that we will do more in the next 3 years. We are also
mRNA has been studied. The mRNA vaccine started being developed in 1987, guys. 1987. So it's just insanity.
Addressing the disastrous health conditions in tribal
You're right. His eye is twitching. His left eye is twitching.
I've met face to face with tribal leaders in dozens of communities and tribes in Alaska, Arizona, Idaho, New Mexico, and elsewhere. And I look forward.
RFK is still sexy as fuck. Bro, if you're down bad for RFK, I don't know, man. Dude looks like a raw piece of meat that's been just sitting outside for a month. Like, who in his mind would think exactly, Addy? It's so gross, dude. He's so gross.
We're making HHS resources more available to those communities. One of the most significant initiatives under President Trump is the Rural Health Transformation Fund, part of the President's Big Beautiful Bill, which will provide the greatest investment of federal money into rural health care in history. Finally, I would like to address the recent
the idea that these rural hospitals are going to have all this money after all their patients don't have any of it to spend. Like what? Like they're cutting all of the Medicare and the Medicaid that these people need in order to pay for health services. How in the world are they gonna be okay.
CDC.
Oh, dang. Wow.
These changes were
Thank you, Mike.
absolutely
Okay.
necessary adjustments
Sick.
to
Thank
restore
you,
the
dude.
agency to its role as the world's gold standard public health agency with the central mission of protecting Americans from infectious disease. CDC failed that responsibility miserably during COVID when its disastrous and nonsensical policies destroyed small businesses, violated civil
Insane. Did not, guys, it's just all nonsense. The small business loans of that were passed during COVID, the reason why they were administered to small businesses and they were poached by large businesses. Can anyone remember who was president during the start of COVID? Are people like just the amnesia that people have? The start of COVID and the reason why all those funds didn't go to these small companies is because the Trump administration didn't do anything to rein that in. I mean, it's just insane for him.
He's closed our schools, caused generational damage in doing so.
Generational damage. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Guys, kids liked wearing masks, okay? That's what the real reality here, and this is the harsh truth, guys, is that kids are not immune. No, they're not, Ruben. Kids like wearing stuff. They like to wear things, and their mask was an additional thing that they got to wear. They got to have their superhero thing on. They got to put Spider-Man on their face. They did Paw Patrol on their face. Like the idea that like because kids had to wear masks or something like that, they're generationally scarred is just the most insane thing. It's none of that is true. Exactly. KWF. Exactly. They liked wearing a mask. They thought it was cool because your parents were wearing a mask, and so they wanted to be like them. Maybe if you were just absolutely seething and you're complaining about it and you're being an absolute wuss about it, then yeah, of course your kid is going to not want to do it. But if you are actually, I don't know, an unselfish person and actually thinking about those around you and you just put a mask on, wow, maybe your kid is going to want to do the same thing and instill the same values. I don't know, looking out after one another, compassion, that might be a good thing to teach. I don't know, just throwing it out there.
So masked infants with no science and heightened economic...
Mask with no science. This is just insane, guys. Why do you think surgeons wear masks, guys? Because it stops the droplets from coming out of your mouth. Like, that is why. Like, the idea that there's no science to back up masking is just insanity. It is absolute insanity. Exactly, Mandy. They all love masks now. They all love masks. The I can't breathe people. I can't breathe. I don't like my lips being held down. They all put a freaking mask on now in order to hide their identity from AI exposing them.
Inequality. And yet all those oppressive and unscientific interventions failed to do anything about the disease itself.
And more nonsense, guys. How the interventions like the vaccine did a lot in order to help. This is just crazy.
America is home to 4.2% of the world's population. Yet we had nearly 20% of the COVID deaths.
Yes, he's right here. Yes, per capita, we were one of the worst in the world. We were ranked like 200th per capita deaths. But it's because we didn't lock down. We didn't have a mass vaccination requirement program. We just didn't. I'm sorry. We had a very small amount of people that were required to vaccinate. They were healthcare workers. They were public employee unions, federal workers, the military. But it wasn't a mass vaccination program like a lot of countries did. So we did bad. We did poor. That's why.
We literally did worse than any country in the world.
Yeah.
And the people at CDC...
So the craziest thing here is that he's advocating and thinking that if we did less, we would somehow be better. As if we had more viral spread, it would be better. Just absolute nonsense.
Who oversaw that process, who put masks on our children, who closed our schools, are the people who will be leaving. And that's why we need bold, confident...
So basically anyone that agrees with science.
New leadership at CDC. People able and willing to chart a new course. As my father once said, progress is a nice word. A change is its motivator, and change has
exactly real life works.
That's why we need new blood at CDC.
He pushed conspiracies for the first 4 months. He didn't think that the pandemic was real. So exactly, Mothers of Dragons. Exactly, he got rid of the whole. He got rid of the pandemic response that George W. Bush started, that Obama bolstered, and because Obama bolstered it, he got so mad he removed it, and then guess what? Boom.
Of officials with conflicts of interest and catastrophically bad judgment and political agendas. We need unbiased,
yeah, like these guys don't have
politics-free,
political agendas.
transparent,
Insane.
evidence-based science in the public interest.
Evidence-based science.
Those are the guiding principles behind the changes at the CDC, and that is what you can expect.
It's insane.
All across our agency for the next 3 years.
He has no science background. He has no idea what he's talking about. Everything that he says is wrong. Like it's
Thank
just
you very
it's
much, Mr.
absolutely
Secretary.
wild.
I'll begin with the questioning.
I can't believe it.
One of the first things I'd like to talk to you about is actually something.
Okay,
that,
here's this is Chairman Crapo. So this is that's his name, guys. That's his name. He's a Republican. So let's see how he handles him.
is under the auspices of CMS, and I spoke with Dr. Oz last night about this.
Dr.
Sure you're
Oz,
very familiar with it, though.
Who's the head of this CMS program, which is famous. Isn't it crazy how these guys just go to Fox News and just all the social media content creators that they love? That's the one that they pick. Like the most absolute insane, just ill-qualified people, just like Trump, just absolute insanity.
And that is that in the One Big Beautiful Bill, there's a lot of attacks right now going on publicly about hospitals are in trouble. And the blame for that is placed on the bill, even though the bill hasn't even been implemented yet. The fact is,
the people are complaining about
held hearings on the troubles that rural hospitals are facing in the United States.
Is Dr. Oz not a doctor?
Of the One Big Beautiful.
I think that he is. Yeah, no, but I mean, I guess you're right, Ruben. He's one of the more qualified people. But he's an absolute crackpot, like pushing a bunch of disinformation. So let's see, where did he get his? Yeah, he went to Penn State for his MD.
Beautiful bill. They've been facing difficulties in rural America for a number of years now, and the bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill contained a rural health transformation program, which I would just like to ask you to comment on. This is that program which allocated $50 billion over the next 5 years to our rural communities.
Sorry, guys, if you like, it doesn't matter where you got your degree or what you did. If you spend your time selling quackery and selling, like actually working for a profit, like the exact same type of corruption that Maha alleges for physicians, if they actually, it's so much projection. That's what's so crazy, is that Republicans are so good at this, that their worst qualities that they do constantly, they project onto people that actually have, that actually are trying to do good in the world. It's just insane.
Community hospitals in the United States to help them deal with some of the financial crises that they are facing and transition to more stability. Could you comment on that program that is in the One Big Beautiful Bill?
Yeah, Senator, one of President Trump's campaign promises and one of the principal preoccupations, not only of Republican senators when I did my confirmation hearing, but also almost equally among Democratic senators, was the crisis in rural health. We've had 120 rural hospitals closed over the past 10 years. These institutions are not just delivering health access to rural Americans, but they are economic centers, they are cultural centers for those communities. They are often the largest employer. They are. Yeah,
dude, that is the health services in this country is the number one employer in most states now. It's healthcare services, guys. So like the idea that they're going to go and just gut all these things, this is going to cause a huge problem. And they're going to cause a huge employment problem.
The highest paying jobs, and they are the centerpiece for those communities. So when they die, the communities collapse. And President Trump promised to do something about that, and he has delivered on that promise.
Oh, yeah. They're always
right
like
now,
that.
We spend about 6% of Medicaid funding is sent to rural hospitals, a very, very tiny slice, and that's one of the reasons they're in trouble. President Trump has now allocated through the One Big Beautiful Bill $50 billion, so $10 billion a year over the next 5 years. What we give to rural hospitals, that 6% represents $19 billion a year. So we're increasing that by $10 billion. So we're infusing more than 50% increase in the amount of money that is going to rural communities over the next 5 years. There's never been anything like that in history. It is the biggest.
I can name something that was actually even more money to rural communities. Anyone? Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill that Biden passed, that was over like $700 billion together, and 70% of that was to Republican counties. So the idea, that's what's so crazy, is that the Democrats actually fight so hard to get elected to actually do economic development in Republican counties and states. That are actually bettering their job outlooks, bettering their economies, increasing their attainment, increasing their ability to actually create wealth for themselves. That is how the Democrats actually get things done. And here they are doing $10 billion. Wow. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars that the Democrats pass in order to help the Republican counties and states. And you actually saw that, by the way, in the Republicans in the House and the Senate when they started gutting that, when they gutted it for the omnibus spending in order to pay for billionaires' tax credits. All that money went away. Hundreds of billions of dollars left Republican states in order to give to billionaires. And they cried. The Republican congresspeople and senators, they cried to the president saying that please don't do this. You're going to ruin these jobs that are actually really high. They're really good for us. It's going to hurt our economies. And they did it anyway, because billionaires care more about billionaires than they do their own Republican counties. It's insane.
Investment, and it should stem this hemorrhage.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your giving clarity to that, because
I appreciate. Oh, yeah, that sounds good.
To see
Thank
these
you.
continuous allegations that the difficulties that our rural hospitals are facing were created in the last few months when we passed a bill. When we've been holding hearings in this committee
to add to the
about
debt.
these problems,
You're actually worried about
and
that.
in the bill that we passed, we gave a $50 billion boost to, as you indicated, increase by 50% the federal support for our community rural hospitals in the United States.
I love it. He just has talking points that he was going to read. Hey, LT, how's it going? He's just reading the talking points that he was going to read. He didn't matter what RFK said just now. He's just going to repeat it back.
I think that the hospital owners understand that. They recognize the support. In fact, they are
They
coming.
don't. They're not going to get
coming
any
together
support.
very carefully with Dr. Oz to work on the rollout of this program,
Dr.
so that we can
Oz.
see this
Dr.
boost and
Oz
this
to the
support that is
rescue.
coming. Just another one of the disagreements we have about what really was in the One Big Beautiful Bill. So I appreciate you commenting on that. In the last minute and 10 seconds that I have with you, could you just quickly talk once again about the broad issue of making America healthy again in terms of our aim to change the healthcare system?
How healthy are you going to make people? Very, very healthy or incredibly
one that focuses
healthy?
on lifestyle choices and the root causes of chronic disease?
Yes,
The root causes, guys, if you
this
ever hear
morning-
anyone say that, we're going to focus on the root causes of chronic disease. That is a huge red flag. That's some crazy quackery. Bro, real life works. I am like, he literally sounds, I'm like, who has an oxygen tank? Like, what is going on? And he's just sucking air, like sucking down air, dude. He must be in a lot of pain. Seriously, that is some labored breathing, bro. Oh my God.
I got the latest numbers from CDC that 76.4% of Americans now have a chronic disease. This is stunning.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, 76.4%. What is the leading disease that people have, guys? Let's see a chat. What's the leading disease that people have that's causing so much? What is the root cause of this disease, guys? Heart. That is obesity. Baki got it. Obesity. CC got it. It's obesity, guys. Obesity is tied with all these other things. So it is a disease, and it infects all these other stuff. So the idea that now he's like, oh, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Oh, Light, you're so silly. No, it definitely isn't oxidative stress. It's definitely obesity, Light. So yeah, the idea, it's that idea that these are sick, but it's because of some quackery he's about to state is so wild to me.
When my uncle was president, it was 11%. 1950, it was 3%.
Yeah, because people weren't morbidly obese back then.
76.4%. 8 out of 10 of our kids cannot qualify for military service. This is a national security issue. When my uncle was president, we spent zero on chronic disease. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion. It's the biggest.
Maybe that's not a good thing. Maybe we should have spent more back then, and then we wouldn't have had this problem. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. Maybe if we actually had put more money into it earlier, we wouldn't have the chronic obesity disease problem here. I don't know. Maybe that would be it. Yeah, maybe we should have put more money.
This cause is increasing, and all of the arguments that Republicans and Democrats have about single payer Obamacare or the various ways to allocate the health dollars, they're
He's
all
tell the truth.
rearranging deck chairs.
He's
on
a
the
truth
Titanic.
sayer, guys.
If we don't end this chronic disease, we are the sickest country in the world.
Dude, Ruben, it's not just hitting the gym, but you're right. I do like what you're talking about. I agree with you that people should be weightlifting, but the problem is that you can't eat your way out. You can't exercise your way out of a bad diet, man. So if you're eating 5,000 calories a day, you're not going to be able to weightlift your way out of it, bro. And that's the problem, is that people overeat.
That's why we have to fire people at CDC. They did not do their job.
Oh my God.
This was their job to keep us
How
healthy.
is the CDC's involved? How is the CDC going to make people less obese? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
We need to fire some of those people to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course they do, Karen. Yeah, people cure cancer. There's lots of different types of cancers that have been cured. Yeah, you don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand what cancer is.
Mr. Secretary, I have to cut myself off to make sure I keep to this time frame too. Senator White.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've made it clear. I think that
we don't have real food. Light. We don't have food. Is that I'm eating folded light food all the time, dude.
Kennedy is dead set on making it harder for children to get vaccines, and that kids are going to die
True.
because of it.
Boom.
Mr. Chairman,
So
I'd like
true.
to put in the record today an op-ed written by Susan Monarez, who was fired by Mr. Kennedy.
Without objection.
So what we know, and Dr. Monarez, was approved by Republicans. She wrote an op-ed today in the Wall Street Journal, which I've just put in the record, and I quote her. She said, "I was told to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel
Insanity.
newly filled with people who have publicly expressed
Insanity.
anti-vaccine rhetoric." So,
Exactly.
It's not some
It's all
liberal-
vaccines, guys. It's all vaccines. It's not just this. I'm for all I'm not anti-vaccine. It's just this vaccine nonsense that they say, guys. They're against all vaccines. So we're talking like polio. We're talking measles. A lot of them don't even think that measles is actually a disease, which is just wild to me. They don't even understand. You do need to know what cancer is, Karen. You need to look it up. You need to understand what cancer is.
philosopher or something. This is the CDC director who tells the Wall Street Journal, which is not exactly interested in progressive, theories and the like, that she was told to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel filled with people who've publicly expressed anti-vaccine rhetoric. So my first question, Mr. Secretary, is did you, in fact, do what Director Monarez said you did, which is tell her to just go along with vaccine?
Measles, look at this. See, this is what I'm talking about. Matthew, measles is a nutrient deficiency. They don't even believe in viruses, guys. So like, why would you need a vaccine if you don't believe in viruses? It's kind of like a self-fulfilling thing. Isn't that wild? You just like, it's wild to me. You know what? I don't believe in vaccine injuries because I think it's just a mental health thing. I think it's just a mental health crisis. So I don't believe in vaccine injuries. Man, I like that. You know what? Matthew, you're onto something. I like it. Hey, Deanne, how's it going? Thank you. I think it's a mental health crisis that we're having, guys. And we have a First Amendment right to be vaccinated. So you know what? Thoughts and prayers with all the people that think that they have vaccine injuries. They need to go get some mental health. But vaccines, you get a First Amendment right to a vaccine. Because you know what? Your freedom of speech relies you on being there. And if you don't have a vaccine, you can't be there in public. So yeah, it's just a First Amendment rights issue to have a vaccine. Exactly, Addie. Exactly. I love this. Matthew, you got it. You got it, bud.
Recommendations, even if she didn't think such recommendations aligned with scientific evidence.
No, I did not.
Thoughts and prayers, Matthew. Thoughts and
call
prayers,
her a
bro.
liar if you say that you didn't do it, but I'd like to see you respond to this.
No, I did not say that to her. And I never had
Oh
a
my
private
God, he's just
meeting with her.
lying now. He's just lying. It's wild to me. He's literally under oath, guys. He's literally under oath. They said they know that. Oh, it's just crazy to me how Republicans just can get away with everything. Like, why would you be a Democrat if you're a Republican? Like, it genuinely, like, Republicans don't get held accountable for anything. They get to break all the rules. They're never held accountable. Like, why would you, like, being a Democrat is a lot harder. You have to adhere to reality. You actually have to prove things through science. You actually have to, like, do things that actually benefit someone. Like, that's a lot harder of a road. Why would you do that? Just be a Republican, guys. I think everyone should just be a Republican. I think we're all Republicans, guys. I'm just gonna go. I'm a Republican now, guys. I'm just a Republican.
Other witnesses
I love it.
to every
I
meeting that
love
we have,
this.
and all those witnesses will say,
Any problem I
never
don't
said
like,
that.
thoughts and
So
prayers.
she's lying today to the American people in the Wall Street Journal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk now about what's coming up, because I've made it clear what I've thought about the 203 days with my colleague, Senator Also Brooks. In 2 weeks, CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will meet to make decisions about critical vaccines that protect us against hepatitis B, measles, and more. The committee's got a profound impact on vaccine access.
Ducray, Ducray, this is the #1 Republican chat and stream on TikTok, guys. This is the #1 Republican. Nobody's got a Republican stream like us, guys. Oh, that's true. It's true. This is thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Exactly. Let's go. Exactly. What are we doing? Why are we choosing the hard road? Just do it the other way. Exactly. MAGA. Make America healthy again. Get vaccinated. See how easy that is? Oh my God. Get vaccinated. Make America healthy again. Get vaccinated. What are we thinking, guys? What were we thinking? I'm not gaslighting, Matthew. You got a mental health problem if you think so, bro.
Meetings. You've stacked the deck to ensure the panel bends to your views. In June, you fired all 17 committee members who are respected scientists and doctors. You replaced them with non-experts, vaccine skeptics, and conspiracy theorists. As a result, this critical advisory panel has lost scientific credibility.
It's
After
true.
years,
All these
we spend so much time.
Guys, I'm not kidding. Like, these guys they've put the worst people, the biggest grifters that have lied the entire pandemic, that have no idea what they're talking about, on these vaccine advisory boards. They have no idea what they're talking about. It's completely they don't have any credibility.
I'm not looking at this as Democrats and Republicans, but it's good science.
Matthew, I am literally more credentialed than the director of the HHS right now, bro. You realize that? I literally have more credentials than the director of the HHS, the director of the CDC, and all of the people that are on these panels. I am actually more credentialed than them. So you've come to, and I'm a fellow Republican from them. So I'm just a canceled scientist, trying to make my way in the world, bro.
And scientific credibility. And now the American Academy of Pediatrics has warned that the committee is being politicized.
It's true. I mean, of course it is.
Health.
They're literally making
American
you swear
Academy of
loyalty for politics in order to do your thing. That's
think
of
they're
course.
lying too?
It's of course
I think
political.
the American Academy of Pediatrics is gravely conflicted. They get
Gravely conflicted. How are they gravely conflicted and RFK isn't? Like that is just insane to me.
Biggest contributors are the 4 largest vaccine makers. They run a journal.
Yeah. Because they administer vaccines. They're going to help. Yeah. The physicians would be giving the vaccines regardless. So they're giving the vaccines. So what I don't understand, the science supports it.
Pediatrics, which they make a lot of money on, that is completely dependent on pharmaceuticals.
They're not making money on vaccines, guys. They would be making more money if they didn't give vaccines. A measles treatment is $47,000. A measles vaccine is $95. Do we need to do the poll for the anti-vaxxers in chat? Do we need to do a poll again? What's a bigger number, $95 or $47,000? Do we need to? do we know? Can we get some, which is a bigger number, 495 or 47,000? Is that okay? Can we do that? The alligator eats the bigger number. The bigger number alligator eats. So 47,000 on this side. Is this so? Can you guys know how that works? Smaller side, smaller number. You guys remember? Okay, we'll figure it. You guys will. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil second grade math for you guys, but it's true.
So I wouldn't put a big stake in what they say that benefits pharmacists.
Because he doesn't want to put a stake in what they say because he's the one that's coming with the study. Surely he's going to come with a big study right now to say why all the vaccines that everyone knows are safe and effective. He's got to have a huge study that he's going to talk about right now. He's not just going to say something that's factually inaccurate. He's going to qualify it with a huge study. Right here it comes.
Political interest. Senator, I didn't politicize ASAP. I
didn't politicize it. Okay. Woo. Guys, I'm not politicizing anything, but this guy doesn't know what he's talking about,
I said, Congress has been investigating
all over the country, Mr. Secretary. Scientists and doctors are saying otherwise.
Hey, that's me.
They're all wrong too. They're all lying,
that's me.
according to you.
I got a shout out.
Doctors are supporting
you guys hear that?
The country.
Do you hear that?
On opinion.
I don't get letters from thousands of people who are not political saying that this set of changes is going to damage American healthcare.
Oh my God, Matthew, why didn't I think of that? Oh my God, VAERS? Why did I ever think? Oh my gosh, Matthew, you're right. You're right. Hey, guess what? Thoughts and prayers for anyone that made it into VAERS, bro. Thoughts and prayers.
Agencies for decades to come. I don't get any letters from people saying,
God, I love being a Republican. I am so reformed. This is Matthew, you've changed my life, bro.
I will tell you what, Senator. I will put my mailbag against your mailbag.
Oh my God.
30 seconds. Dangerous
I'll put my mailbag against your
like
mailbag.
RSV are on the agenda for the next advisory meeting. Countless parents have been awakened in the dead of night by a wheezing kid gasping for air, forced to rush their little one to the ER. There's no worse heart-wrenching fear. The RSV vaccine offers
gasping for air just like you are right now.
Against the worst effects of the virus. But now it looks like you're on a crusade to make infants and babies more vulnerable to terrible illness. That's what we're doing with the COVID changes.
True. And please make your answer brief, Mr. Secretary.
They changed it so that it's not recommended 6 months and above, guys. And guys, 6 months and above, COVID booster safe. You should do it. COVID's going up right now. SARS-CoV-2 is in an outbreak right now. You should be getting your booster. Get your booster, guys. We don't know these insanity, what's going to happen with this. You should be getting your flu and your COVID boosters because they're safe and effective. And when you do, this number goes up, guys. This number goes up. This is the number that we want to push up, 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 up. Yep. And you get a vaccine, you get a shot in an arm, and we celebrate you in this community. So get it going, all right?
Sure. I've said
that position is indefensible. I think it's possible.
Congress has been investigating that committee for 23 years because it is pervaded with conflicts of interest. What we did is we got rid of the conflicts of interest and we depoliticized it and put great scientists on it.
Great scientists, like who? Like who?
Very, very pro-vaccine.
They're very pro-vaccine. This is the nonsense that they say, guys. They say, oh, we're really pro-vaccine. And then what does he say? He says, we're going to develop a whole virus vaccine. What? He said he's going to develop a vaccine for every single virus. Guys, that doesn't exist. It's not. I'm theoretically it's possible, but it's not. They didn't, Trent Voyage. No, they didn't, because Fauci actually understands what virology, and he actually says that it's actually hard to develop these things, and that's why we have so many vaccines, because you actually need an antibody response to all of them, and you can't just have a single thing. Exactly, Linda's on it. Exactly, it's impossible. There is no single sequence that has all the different viruses. Guys, it's so crazy. I mean, the anti-vaxxers in chat, it's wild. I mean, they don't even understand that there's like different types of viruses. There's DNA viruses, guys. There's RNA viruses. There's RNA positive strand viruses. There's RNA negative strand viruses. All these different types, a cornucopia of different viruses, and you guys don't even understand that. It's just absolutely wild to me what you guys don't know, and you're so confident in what you don't know. It's just there is no viruses. Exactly, Matthew. Thank you. Sing it from the rooftops, brother. Just insane. It's just insane. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. It's exactly, but 5G. It's just 5G, guys. This entire time. That's all it was. The entire. Why didn't we think of that? Ugh. Wait. Oh my gosh. Wait. No, guys. Does 5G kill the virus too? Is that what happens? So we just need more 5G. Everyone has a G. Your G, 10G, my G. Is that what happens? Oh boy.
Like Senator Crapo, a few seconds
Oh,
over. I don't
boy.
think, Mr. Secretary, this is about you and me. This is about kids being pushed in harm's way
True.
by reckless and repeated decisions
True.
to get scientists and doctors out of the way
True.
and allow conspiracy theories to dictate this country's health policy.
True.
I don't see any evidence that you have any regrets about anything you've done or plans to change it.
He's
And my last
psychotic.
comment
Of course he doesn't have
I
any
hope
regrets. He's
that you will
completely
tell the
selfish.
American people how many preventable child deaths are an acceptable sacrifice for enacting an agenda that I think is fundamentally cruel and defies
true.
common sense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do I got to
true.
reply? Or, Senator, you've sat in that chair for how long?
Guys, for real, you have to think about this. As an anti-vaxxer, how many kids need to die every year before you do something? If this is your thing, okay, let's take it on face value. And this Wyden's question is perfectly apt. How many kids per year have to die before you actually enact something? So Samoa, the place that RFK put vaccine hesitancy into, and that they were dozens and dozens of kids were being contracted and dying because of measles outbreaks. They lost a ton of children, and eventually they said it was like 80 in a population of not that many people. So that was their level, that they had to shut schools down. They had to shut everything down. They had to do mandatory vaccination programs where they went from, oh, we don't need to do vaccines. That's okay, blah, blah, blah. They only had 30% vaccination rates, guys. And then guess what happened? They started losing, dozens and dozens of kids. So guess what? Then it was mandatory vaccine. So at what stage, guys? 5%, 10%, 20%? What are you talking about? How many kids die of measles, of injuries? Matthew, no kids die of injuries. It's a mental health problem. We've been through this. There are no kids that die from vaccine injuries. It's a mental health problem. Thoughts and prayers, brother. Thoughts and prayers.
20, 25 years, while the chronic disease in our children went up to 76%, and you said nothing. You never asked the question why it's happening. Why is this happening? Today, for the first time in 20 years, we learned that infant mortality has increased in our country. It's not because I came in here. It's because of what happened.
I love
during
it.
the
Oh,
Biden
never held
administration.
accountable. Never held accountable. None of these guys are ever held accountable. Never held accountable. There's nothing that they did that they've ever done that they're held account to. So again, like, why would anyone not be a Republican? It's incredible. You can say, do harm to everyone, cause people to die, like, and just your blood is literally on your hands. And it's like, I thought it would be cool. I just thought it would be cool. I thought it would be sweet. You're like, oh, everyone's okay. Okay.
Let Senator Wyden respond briefly to that, and then we're not going to go over like we just did.
This committee on a bipartisan basis. Colleagues might.
Guys, I'm not memeing. This is the number one Republican stream on TikTok now. I'm not kidding. We're Republicans. If you're in here, we're we're infiltrating the Republican Party like a virus. Shh, don't tell. Shh, don't tell. Just like a virus, we're gonna infiltrate them. Shh, don't tell them, because they don't think viruses are real. Shh. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. Don't tell them, Elfax. Don't tell them. They won't know what hit them. They won't know what hit them. No, we're anti. Oh my God, guys. Anti-vax? No, we're antivirus. That's what we are. We're antivirus because we are the viruses. Okay, so we are the virus. We're antiviruses. We're antiviruses. We're antivirus. Here we go. We're the prion disease. Shh. Okay. I'm a Republican too, Sugarfoot. We're all Republicans here.
Regular order, please.
We're all Republicans here. I'm not kidding, guys.
All right, we're going to proceed. And
Are we I don't know.
The rest of the members
I don't
gave
know.
Senator Wyden
That's
as
a great
ranking member
question.
some leeway there, but we're going to stick to the 5 minutes. Senator
I
Grassley.
can't imagine someone coming into this stream right now for the first time. I have no idea what you guys are thinking, what's going on. I am so sorry. Okay? I am so sorry. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm not. I'm a Republican now, so I don't care about anyone but myself. I'm having fun. So that's all I care about. This is so, God, I feel so free. I feel so free. This is amazing. I love this.
Thank you. I have asked
everyone's a Republican
secretaries
here.
in the past to fully utilize
I feel
the
so
Rural
free.
Community
Free at
Hospital
last.
Demonstration program under Medicare. The program has been underutilized. In May, the
I didn't even think about this before.
filled the open
I
slots.
didn't even think about
Thanks
this.
to your agency's work, there's been 10 more rural hospitals in the program. It's important that the federal government use.
Okay, this is Mr. Grassley, who is just an absolute ghoul, dude. He's like literally, guys, he's like, unironically, I think he's 89 years old running for re-election in 2026. Like, legitimate, not kidding. He's like 89 years old running for re-election. I don't know if I can change it, dude. I don't think I can change it. Can I? Can you change it? Can we change it, Ducray? I don't know if I can change it. Can you change it?
Every
Number
possible,
one Republican
to help rural
stream.
hospitals.
He's 89.
Thank you for making that
Oh,
possible. Now to my questions.
dude, he needs more than a walker. He needs a body. Grassley needs a body, not just a walker.
Back in January, during your confirmation hearing, you told me that you agreed to leave farming regulations to the Department of Agriculture and EPA.
Wow,
Do you think that any comments you have made
guys.
since your confirmation on topics dealing with agriculture are consistent with what you said in January, that USDA and EPA ought to be regulating farming, and that the Department of Health and Human Services should not seek to regulate farms, the tools they use, or the markets?
Exactly. Isn't this wild? I mean, guys, what Grassley is saying is like, please leave the farming regulations alone. And what's so wild is that, guys, I thought genetically modified foods were poisoned. I thought genetically modified foods were poison. So of course they should be. They have massive. That's where all our food comes from. And you guys think these Maha people think that the food is poison. So there would have to be massive regulations on farmers, but they don't. They don't agree with it because they know that they're lying. Big farm, exactly, Addy. Now, unironically, that's where the food is coming from. And all the genetically modified foods are being grown at these farms, guys. So guess what? That means massive regulation at the farm level. But that's not happening. They would never do that because, guys, they know. They know they're lying. They know. Okay. Incredible. Isn't that so wild? Let's see what he says. He's going to say, oh no, the genetically modified foods are like so safe. Actually, it's like, well, we're not gonna impact the farmer because, like, why would we? Yeah.
That they sell into.
Here we
Yes,
go.
Senator, We are working very, very closely with Brooke Rollins and with the agricultural community.
Yeah, we're working
we've
closely
met
with
with
them.
over 140 farm interests over the past
Oh, okay.
3 months.
No special interest there. No special interest there, guys.
To
RFK
incorporate them to
ASMR.
make sure that the MAHA agenda is consistent with their agenda. We are producing the best food in America, that we're protecting our soils and our soil.
We're producing the best food in the world. Did you hear that? Guys, we're producing the best food in the world. And like everything that we make is all genetically modified. All the corn that everyone that he's talking about, that's all genetically modified, guys. That's the best. That is the best food in the world. See what I'm talking about? This is what I'm saying, guys. They can't even actually believe it for a second. They can't even keep the grift. Like, why would they would say, guys, if RFK actually believed this, what his answer would be like, oh man, we gotta like completely change everything how our food is made, guys. We need huge subsidies so that we could replant all these foods. All this food is poison because it's all genetically modified. We need massive amounts of subsidies. We need to tear out all of these farmlands. We need to replant everything. That's what actually they would be doing. But I'm a Republican. Republican magic. Yay! I don't need to do any of that. Actually, I'm just gonna say, man, farmers are the best people in the world. This is incredible. I'm so happy that you're here. This is wow, incredible foods. Wow, love it. Republican magic. Republican magic. Whoop 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 whoop. Amazing. Why would you do? God, why would anyone be? Why wouldn't everyone be a Republican, guys? This is amazing. This is like superpowers you guys got. I love this. Oh.
Soil microbiome. And that we're protecting all kinds of farmers, including those.
Guys, can we get some Mavas in chat? Make America vaccinated again. I just want to see some Mavas. MAVA, that's our thing. Mavas. Make America vaccinated again. Mavas in chat. Beautiful. Look at this. Look at this. This is a movement. Again. Oh, it's a Mavas in chat. Yes. Yes. Guys, can we get this is amazing. Why? What are we? Oh. Politics is so easy. Politics is so easy. Peg, I would be too. If I would be very confused if I were you too. I would be very confused if I were you too. Sorry, this is not. We're having fun tonight. Yeah.
Those who want to transition to
it's our Republican powers, exactly.
We're consulting every stakeholder in the farm community in everything that we.
Did he say? Oh, I'm going back.
And that we're protecting all kinds of farmers, including those who want to transition to regenerative agriculture. We're consulting every stakeholder in the farm community in everything that we do.
Every stakeholder. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like endless corruption. That's what corruption is. Like imagine. Okay. All right. Here we go. We're talking about a different issue. I'm consulting with every stakeholder in the vaccine industry. How would you feel? I'm consulting with every single stakeholder in the pharmaceutical industry. How would you feel if you heard that? Corruption, right? That would be what people would be saying, right? But if it's farms, again, guys, magic superpowers. I don't have it's wow. Incredible.
I just raised the question because farmers in my state have been concerned about some of the things you're saying.
Yeah, because they're going out of business. The farming industry is being absolutely decimated by tariffs. They're going to be absolutely done for, zeroed out. Farmers are done. They're done for. The tariffs are drastically impacting them.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Some of the farmers.
Grassley's just, he's literally doing this. He's just like this. RFK's like, I can't hear you, bro. I can't hear you.
Raise the question because farmers in my state have been concerned about some of the things you're saying.
Senator, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Some of the farmers in my state have been raising questions about some of the things that they think you said, whether it was.
Poor Grassley's falling asleep while talking up here. He's falling asleep, man. This guy's, get this guy some steroids. He needs a steroid injection into his eyeball in order to stay awake.
Out of context or not, I just thought I'd raise this question so that you would keep by what you told us back in January.
Jorge, you're so right.
Confirmation hearing. Now,
this is so.
Senator Durbin and I have a bipartisan bill that requires price disclosures on TV ads. Price transparency is important in drug advertisement. I know that President Trump, Vice President Vance, and you are all supportive of this effort.
Yeah.
When can I expect action from this administration
None.
on requiring drug companies to publish the price of drugs in their TV ads? And just in case you...
Oh my God. Is he talking about the vegetables stuff? Because Grassley's isn't he, what state is he? Oh God, is he Tennessee? Is he actually Tennessee? Iowa. Okay. Okay, thank you.
You would tell me that you don't think you have that authority. Can you help Senator Durbin and I on our bill so that we can ensure that you have legal authority to require price disclosure?
Dude, he's sucking wind. It sounds like he's breathing through his straw over there. It is like RFK literally is like, he is like sucking wind. How is it? It's just like the most sucking wind through a straw. I can't undo this. I don't have a straw to suck through. He is the most labored. Does he have a ventilator? Does he like under the? Is that how he's being kept alive?
Senator, I think it would be good for us to talk about this offline.
I will key you in on all the corruption and all the ways that we are carving out special exemptions for people that you specifically care about. Wow. Isn't that how politics should be done, guys? Really? Just a corruption carve out after corruption carve out. So brave. Wow. We're so happy that these guys, our fellow Republicans, they are so good.
We are working on this in our agency.
It's true, Elf. It's true.
And I'm happy to give you the details of what we're doing.
Okay. I got a question here on.
He's getting a question sent to him.
Senator Kennedy and I have been working, or Senator Wyden and I have been working on this. For nearly 2 decades, I've engaged in a bipartisan oversight of the organ transplant system. RISA has developed a tool to combat transplant line skipping. I hope that you can take steps to make sure that these steps are being taken by HHS and HRSA to curb transplant line skipping. On July the 2nd,
what is he talking
Senator
about?
Wyden and I wrote
skipping?
you a letter highlighting cases of OPOs in Mississippi and Kentucky. In each of these cases, OPO allegedly tried to harvest organs from patients still showing signs of life. I expect you to take steps from through these organizations to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
Dude,
we
exactly.
Have a major investigation.
Dude, Ghostbusters, so true. Like, what are these are just these single issue, like what? Like what? Like in what world is this what we should be talking? Like, oh my God. Farmers are like what, 1% of the population? And it's just like, and he wants people that in organ transplant list cutting the line. Is this a vaccine thing? Because they can't, if you can't be unvaccinated if you're going to get an organ transplant. That has to be part of it.
Of illegal behavior of organ harvesting of living people, of line skipping, of favoritism, of all kinds of scandalous behavior inside the organ procurement organizations. We have already ended the contract, terminated the contract with the sole source provider. We are reorganizing the entire industry so that this can never happen again. I'm happy to go into the details with you if I had more time.
Thank you. Senator Cornyn.
Wow. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, the United States spends approximately 18% of our GDP on health.
Here we go. It's another Republican, guys. Here we go. He's gonna get a real. He's gonna get. There's gonna be a pro-vaccine Republican at some point, guys. Don't worry.
And yet, by most
Surely.
accounts, we rank roughly 10th in the world in terms of a healthcare outcome.
We got a Republican that's talking about healthcare outcomes. What has the Republican Party done in terms of trying to help the healthcare system in the United States? Name a single bill that they have done. Like, it's just asinine. When they actually had the chance in 2016, they had the House, the Senate, the presidency. They had spent the last 6 years in the House doing nothing but repealing and replacing Obamacare and passing that. Over 70 times they passed a repeal and replace Obamacare. They had 6 years in order to craft their own Republican healthcare bill to actually fix any of the problems that they are actually outlining here. And they did nothing the entire time. They got so embarrassed that they actually tried to pass it in 2016 when Trump 1 happened. And that's what McCain voted no, and he voted it down infamously. Just wild. Like, not a single idea that they had. Not a single idea. Oh yeah, shout out to McCain for real. Exactly. I have a concept of a plan. They had the chance. They didn't. They didn't though. What'd they do? They ran as fast as they could to Congress to pass $500 billion and adding, what is it, 10 trillion to the debt so billionaires can get a tax break. That's what they did. That's what they actually care about. That's what they actually did. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. They don't care about healthcare, guys. Republican Party does not care about healthcare. They care about billionaires getting a better break. That's what they care about.
Our Democratic colleagues seem to think the more money you spend, you're necessarily going to improve those outcomes.
What?
But at the same time, we have the two major drivers.
Vaccines are a way to spend less money on healthcare in the system, guys. It's preventative medicine. You spend $100 on an MMR vaccine so that you don't spend $47,000 treating measles. See how that works? Big number bad. Big number bad. Small good. Big bad. Big bad. Small good. Is that okay? Can you get that? Can the anti-vaxxers in chat get that?
Of our national debt.
It saves money.
Social
Exactly.
Security and Medicare.
Exactly.
While we spend more money on interest on the national debt than we do.
Raya, that's per person. $47,000 per person.
We are in defense of the nation, which is an unsustainable trajectory.
Wow.
What is
They're
it that
so
you're
brave.
doing to address the effectiveness and the outcomes of our healthcare expenditures, as opposed to just throwing more money at the problem?
Yeah, I mean, throwing money at the problem does not work. We spend 2 to 3 times per capita what European nations spend on healthcare, and we have the worst health outcomes. We're 79th.
Yeah,
in
I wonder why.
Outcomes.
I wonder
globally.
why.
Over the past 20 years, we've lost, or 30 years, we've lost 6 years to Europe in terms of longevity. So our lifespan was even with Europe's, now it's 6 years behind.
Whoa.
As I said to
the longevity, guys, that's only for Republican states. Again, seriously, look at the expected life expectancy for Georgia versus California. Let's look it up right now. Let's look it up. It is insanity. Here we go. Real quick. Just real quick. Just like we're a learning space. So life expectancy 2025, Georgia. 74 years. Okay, let's see what California is. California life expectancy 2025. Specific date not available. Let's try 2024. 72 years in Georgia, 2024. Wow. Wow, guys. Life expectancy. Okay, here we go. We're looking at a graph. Wow, 78 years life expectancy in California. 70 in Mississippi. 78 in California and 70 in Mississippi. So, okay. So let me see. So I guess in California, we just got all that organic food. We don't have, think about it. Think about this. Why would you have an 8 years, 10% increase in your life expectancy just by being in California or New York or Washington or Oregon? Right? It can't be the food, guys. We have the same food. It's the same food. It's not like California has, what do you think? That they have all the food dyes and the preservatives are in Georgia? We don't have any food dyes in California. We don't have any preservatives in California. We don't have any genetically modified foods in California. No, of course not. Okay, the life expectancy correlates with, it's the same answer, guys, every single time. 600-year life expectancy. It's better education, kind of. Rates of obesity. That's it. It's rates of obesity. People are more obese in the Republican states. In Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, they just have greater rates of obesity. So that's just what it is. Wilds. That's why it's not a food quality issue, guys. It's not a food quality issue. We have the same amount of food preservatives and the same amount of processed foods in California as Mississippi does. Right? It's just that Californians are less obese. That's it. Let's do it. Back to it, guys.
As a remark to Chairman Wyden this morning, or Minority Leader Wyden, today we got new data that showed that infant mortality has increased in this country in 2024 for the first time in 20 years. Diabetes has gone up 98% in 20 years. Nobody's doing anything about it. CDC's job was to make sure that this didn't happen. And what we're going to do is reorganize CDC, but also we've already righted the ship at NIH, at FDA, at CMS. And we are going to end the chronic disease epidemic. We are devoting thousands of studies.
Done.
We're going to devote
We're ending disease.
Identifying the causes,
Done.
and we're eliminating them. And we're already starting. We're not waiting for everything to come in. We are starting now.
Why didn't we
doing this with food dyes.
Why didn't we think of that before? Just ending the disease, guys. You just end it. You just end the disease.
With GRAS standards, with dietary guidelines, we're going to get better food and better health to the American public.
Better
because
food.
it's chronic disease that is bankrupting us and destroying our national security.
Incredible.
It seems to me one of the biggest problems that we have in America today is the trustworthiness of the information that we actually receive from the news media and from any other source. And
I wonder why
obviously the easiest thing for our Democratic colleagues to do is to scare
why.
people, because that is a powerful emotion, no matter what the facts may be. Do you believe COVID-19 was politicized?
Yeah, the whole process was politicized. Senator, I mean, we were lied to about everything. We were lied to about natural immunity. We were lied to about, we were told again and again the vaccines would prevent transmission, they'd prevent infection. It wasn't true.
It's true.
They knew it from the start. It wasn't true because that's what the animal studies and the clinical trials showed.
Not true.
We were told that there was science behind cloth masks.
There is.
The CDC allowed the teachers union to write the order closing our schools.
Yeah, that was it, guys. That was it. It's the teachers union, the strongest entity known in American politics. It's the teachers union. Make Mava, but let's get those Mavas in chat. Obviously, I mean, those, it's the, the teachers union that had the tanks down the streets. Most aggressive thing. It definitely wasn't the president of the United States, guys. It wasn't, definitely wasn't that. Wasn't the president of the United States it wasn't involved at all with this. It was just the teachers unions. Because I love the idea that these teachers unions have so much power in the United States that they can just close down the entire country, and yet they can't live a living wage. They can't pay themselves a living wage with all this power. In what world? They are barely on minimum wage, but yet they have the infinite amount of power in order to shut down the entire country. It's just unbelievable, dude.
People all over the country, and then pretend it was science-based. All of these issues,
Bro,
and then I can show
molecular
you.
biology,
for example,
Matt. You do not want to do
Chairman
that, dude.
Biden was talking about me politicizing ACIP, but during COVID, probably the most famous scientist on ACIP was Martin Kulldorff from Harvard, the great, world-renowned epidemiologist and vaccinologist. And he criticized the COVID booster mandates. They ejected him from COVID because he wasn't in the orthodoxy.
Oh my God.
The two biggest health officials at FDA during COVID, Dr. Gruber and Dr. Krauss, criticized the Biden mandates, vaccine mandates. President Biden said in August, I would never take that vaccine, the Trump vaccine. And he came and he mandated it, and then he fired.
No, that's, this was because Trump was he was gonna not have the vaccines go through this stage 4 of the trial, because he was frustrated that the timeline was actually going to go past the election, and he wanted the COVID vaccine to come out before the election, because he thought that would be one of his the crowning achievement. So he wanted to rush that stage 4. So that was the whole point. People were like, well, if he, floopity floop. Hey, thank you so much. Floopity floop. Floopity floop. All right, 3, 2, 1. Yay. Floopity floop. Thank you. Amy Beth got another one. Floopity floop got, oh man, did that make it 40? All right, that's 40, guys. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I love it. Amy Beth, wait, did Amy Beth get another one? Let's go. Wait. Did we get everyone? Juliana got one? Okay, guys, we just have to do a whole party. We're just going to have to do the whole thing. We're just going to have to do the whole party. All right, we're just going to have to do the whole party. I'm sorry. Okay, let's get them all. We got to get them all. Okay? We got to get them all. Let's get them all. Who got vaccinated this week? Who got vaccinated, guys? Who haven't we counted? Mava or V's in chat. We'll take both. Mava is allowed. Who? Anyone else? So we have. All right. Oh, earning my stripes. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Earning my stripes. Thank you, dude. Let's go. That's 2. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And another one. Oh, because there's 2 of them. Woo! Mava. Let's go, baby. All right. Who's else? Who else got vaccinated this week that we haven't counted? We love people that get vaccinated in this country, or actually globally. We actually celebrate everyone throughout the globe that gets vaccinated. So every single shot, every single vaccine, we celebrate you because we care about people who care about public health. So that's why we do this. That's what we do. That's what we do here. 42 is a great number. It's a great one. Anyone else? Anyone else that got vaccinated this week? Anyone else? Wait. Okay. My girlfriend next to me also got both of hers. Dude, family members are included. Earning my stripes. That's another one. That's another 2. Hi, Brandy. How's it going? We're just doing a vaccine party. That's 44. We're up to 44. Yeah. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Nice, dude. I love it. Let's go. I love it. I can't believe we're at 44 already, guys. That's so cool. That is so cool. I'm so excited. Great job, everyone. Anyone else in chat? Every single vaccine, every single time, we love you if you get vaccinated because you're not being selfish. You're thinking about other people. And I absolutely appreciate and love you if you get vaccinated. Matt, thank you, Pud. Thank you. It's always thank you for being in here and thank you for spamming chat, dude. I appreciate you. All right. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right. Dude, what a fun night. All right. Aw. Mihaela, you need the most, I think. You need the most love. You need the most. All right, guys. Mava. Dude, I love Mava. That's such a good one, guys. I'm seriously, should we get like, what do we do? Like, what do we do with Mava, guys? We seriously, that is like, genuinely, that is so legit. I'm not kidding. That is like Mava's genius. Oh, Mary Bevins, what's up? Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Hey. No, we're still going on the hearing. It's gonna be a little bit. We decided to do a quick vaccine party to celebrate all the vaccines that we have gotten. Guys, this is at like 23. I think it was 23. It started yesterday. It was 23. So we got 21 vaccines in this community in a day, in 24 hours. That's almost a vaccine an hour, guys. We are killing it. So much fun. I love it. We are going to do herd immunity ourselves. This is incredible. Any vaccine, honey, any vaccine helps. Any type of hey, Angie, good morning. So any vaccine, any type of shot, flu, MMR, COVID, any type of booster, you or your family. So anyone in your orbit, we appreciate you. We love you if you get vaccinated because we love public health in this community. We love it. You got this just here for the dad jokes. That's 45. Oh my gosh. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh my God. I love it. Hi, Mia. How's it going? Let's go. I love it. Thanks, dude. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Just here for the dad jokes. Thank you for being here. Thank you for getting vaccinated. Thanks you for caring about your community. All right. Dude, I love it. Okay, guys, we got a lot. My dog got a parvo shot. You know what? I think that's where we draw the line. I think we'll have to draw the line at dogs. Yeah. But you know what? I could be swayed. I could be swayed though. I'm not joking. I could be swayed because that could be your family member. So, I don't know. I'll have to think about that, Brandy. What do you think? Brandy, what do you think? If you say that you want it to be count, we can do. I know exactly are very important for dog health. I think hey, we talk about rabies shots all the time here. We talk about rabies shots all the time. I think we say thank you for the parvo dog shots, but I just don't want it to pollute the vaccine count. You know what I mean? I think that we celebrate you, but we don't put it on the counter. So thank you for getting parvo vaccinated for your dogs. Your pets should count for the. Okay, I just want this to be because what's going to happen is that people are going to attack this number. They're going to say, "Oh, it's not actual humans. You guys are hurting dogs or whatever." They do matter. I totally agree. Herd immunity. That's a good one. Herd immunity with dogs. Okay, we got to get back to this RFK thing, guys. We're in 45 minutes and it's a couple of hours, so it's going to be insane. We're only going to spend 2 nights for this RFK thing, max. Okay, we got to lock in. I'm going to talk over. Okay, I'm going to talk over.
The 2 top health officials at FDA who said, "Hey, this thing has not been properly tested." So the whole process was
Thank you, Angie. Thank you.
So let me, in 15 seconds. So I think you answered yes. It was politicized. And I have concerns that when you look at some of
we're listening to
the
it.
conflicts of interest in
Brandy, we got so what's happening right now is basically so on YouTube right now is the video. So the video of the hearing is there, so you can actually watch on YouTube if you want to watch the video of the hearing. But we're just doing the audio through TikTok right now. So that's what's happening. If you came in, that's what's happening. All right.
Peer-reviewed articles in
All right, here we
professional
go.
journals. And when you point out
Dude, Lisa,
that
I
even
totally
some of
agree
the
with you. Hey,
physician
good morning,
associations
Nolan.
are conflicted because of the money they get from the pharmaceutical
Yeah,
industry.
I know, Brandy. That's like
Are you
later in the
committed to
thing.
trying
That's
to
like
make
hour
sure
2.
that we use the best science.
It was it's embarrassing already. We're like 30 minutes
politics
in.
as much as possible.
That is what my job is. That's what my mission is. Eliminate
Light
the politics
spiritual
from
warrior.
Senator Bennett.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Mr.
you
Secretary,
for
in June,
thank you for being
fired
here.
every member. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, may I have my time back, Mr. Chairman? Thank you.
He's
Mr.
not
Secretary,
paying
thank you
attention.
for your
RFK was just
In
not
June,
talking to someone.
You fired every member of the well-qualified panel that was charged with recommending vaccines
True.
to the CDC. No one in your job has ever fired every committee member all at once. That month, you told the American people that you were, quote, going to bring great people onto the ACIP panel, not anti-vaxxers.
Janelle, I love that.
Are you aware
More
that one
vaccines.
of the people you put on the panel, Dr. Robert Malone, claimed that the commonly used mRNA vaccine, quote, causes a form of AIDS and can damage children's, quote, brains,
Insanity,
their heart,
dude.
their immune system, and their ability to have children in the future?
Oh, he's getting
yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
And Dr. Malone is one of the inventors.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Were you aware that he had that view when you appointed him to this panel?
He's an
Dr.
idiot. He's
Malone
an
is
absolute
one of the-
idiot.
As I
Robert
said,
Malone
Dr.
is an
Malone
absolute
inventors
grifting
of the
moron.
mRNA
That's fine. That's
vaccine,
not
so he
answer,
knows a
Mike.
lot more
That
about it than I
statement,
do.
Mr. Chairman, that statement is not true that Dr. Malone made, just as it wasn't
Exactly.
true when you wrote that, quote, African AIDS is entirely different from Western AIDS. Are you aware that another one of these new members,
that's so
Dr.
gross.
Levy, wrote that, quote, evidence is mounting and indisputable that
That is
mRNA
so
vaccines
bad.
cause serious harm,
That's so
including
bad.
death, especially among young people? Yes or no? Are you aware that he said that?
I wasn't aware he said it, but I think I agree with it.
You
Oh
agree with
my
it? It's not
God.
true. It wasn't true when he said it, and it's not true when you said it. Secretary Kennedy,
What an
later this
idiot.
month, your new panel will meet to consider changing vaccine recommendations for American children. In addition to the COVID-19 vaccines, they are set to review recommendations for the hepatitis B vaccine, for measles, for mumps, for rubella,
wow,
and
Ruben,
varicella
I'm glad that-
vaccine, and
Yes,
the RSV
Ruben, yes, it
vaccine.
is. Yes.
These are common back-to-school vaccinations for children all over the industrialized world.
They're against it. They're
If
against
you
all
change that,
vaccines. It's not just
You owe
COVID,
parents
guys.
in Colorado and across the country the benefit of some transparency, I think. If your panel recommends changing the vaccine schedule for children, do you anticipate that fewer children will receive these common vaccinations, yes or no?
What I would say, Senator,
The
is
obvious
that-
answer is yes. Should parents and schools of Colorado be prepared for more measles outbreaks as a result of that, Mr. Secretary?
They will.
How about more mumps outbreaks?
I do not anticipate a change in the MMR vaccine. ACIP is an independent panel. So
Well, it's a panel. You just put those folks
Well, there you go,
on,
guys.
Far from what you
there was
said.
the whole thing. I thought measles wasn't real. Who was in chat that was saying, wasn't it Maths that was saying that measles wasn't real and viruses don't exist? Your own guy just said that he's not going to change it. So Exactly, Ellie. Yeah, viruses don't exist. Exactly. Exactly. So your own dude, RFK, your own leader says that he doesn't agree. Yeah, RFK doesn't agree. Gopi Palik, he doesn't agree. Your own dude. So there you go.
That there are people with ideas that are completely outside the mainstream.
You mean out of the pharmaceutical paradigm?
Let me just say,
Oh
Mr.
my
Secretary, all
God,
these
the
vaccines that we're
pharmaceutical
talking about
paradigm.
today are free and accessible
so
to parents
smart.
today in America who have the freedom to be able to make that choice for their children. Will that be true after your handpicked panel makes their judgments about
Dude,
these
all
vaccines?
these YouTube comments.
I think
measles is
parents should
nothing.
be free
I know you said that before. I do too.
to make
But
their own
you're-
choices.
So will they be just as free after these?
I assume they will be.
I will hold you to that,
Oh
Secretary
my
Kennedy.
God.
Because this is not a podcast. It is the American people's health that's on the line here. This is the last thing, by the way, our parents need when their kids are going back to school, is to have the kind of confusion and expense and scarcity that you're creating as a result of your ideology. I think it's critical for you to share the evidence that this panel will rely on. Will you
I don't
give
know,
the
Kerry.
American
That's a
people
really good
6 months
question.
or 6 weeks in advance the record
Yeah,
that they're
Brandy,
going to
for
rely
real.
on to make these decisions? Will you make it transparent to
I
the
know,
American people?
bro, that was wild.
Will you make it in advance transparent for the American people so they can comment on it?
All the evidence is transparent for the first time in history, and you were never there complaining when the pharmaceutical companies were picking those people and then running their products through with no safety testing.
You can characterize it any way you want. I quoted them today. What I said was accurate. What you said were lies. You just moving the Titanic.
Are you saying that the mRNA vaccine has never been associated?
He's not even talking about. He's talking about the actual quotes that he said, and then now he's like he's trying to pin it on some type of pharmaceutical thing. And it's like, bro, I'm literally reading a quote that you actually said. Like, what are you talking about?
Myocarditis or pericarditis in teenagers.
Yeah. Same thing with COVID. COVID is actually way more. Is way more associated. 5.8 times, 580%.
You're evading the question.
No, I'm asking the questions here,
You're
Mr.
evading
Kennedy.
that question.
I'm asking the questions,
I
Mr.
asked you a
Kennedy.
question.
I'm asking the questions for Mr. Kennedy on behalf of parents and schools and teachers all over the United States of America who deserve so much better than your leadership. That's what this conversation is about, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, they deserve the truth, and that's what we're going to give them for the first time in the history of
nonsense, dude. What truth? What is he even talking about? He hasn't disputed anything. He hasn't disputed any of the facts. He's just said the pharmaceutical profits and the pharmaceutical industry and just repeated that nonsense over and over again. He hasn't actually said anything.
Senator Cassidy.
Bennett. That was Senator Bennett.
I'll try and restore a little calm here. And I'm approaching this as a doctor, not as a senator. I am concerned about children's health, seniors' health, all of our health. And I applaud you for joining the president in a call for radical transparency. Thank you for that. I said yesterday, I believe it, that President Trump deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed.
Let's do it.
If he had been President Obama,
I love this.
But because of Operation Warp Speed, forcing the federal government to come to a vaccine development within 10 months when others said it couldn't be done.
I love it.
We saved millions of lives globally, trillions of dollars.
Peace Prize for
economies. An
giving him a Nobel Prize.
Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me that the president deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator.
So let me ask you. But you just told Senator Bennett that the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID.
Wait,
that was a statement.
I did not say that.
Okay, then let me ask, because you also
Senator, I just want to make clear, I did not say that.
We'll check the record. That's a question of fact. You also said that you were also, as lead attorney for the Children's Health Defense.
Exactly. So the thing that's killing more people than the disease itself, give that guy a Nobel Prize for that. Is that what? Like, it's unbelievable to me.
In multiple lawsuits attempting to restrict access to the COVID vaccine. Again, it surprises me that you think so highly of Operation Warp Speed when, as an attorney, you attempted to restrict access. Now,
I'm happy to explain why.
Based and true.
I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. It also surprises me because you've canceled, or HHS did, but apparently under your direction, $500 million in contracts using the mRNA vaccine platform that was critical to Operation Warp Speed. Again, an accomplishment that I think President Trump should get a Nobel Prize for.
I love this. I love this angle. So good.
Now, I grew up in a middle-class family, so $500 million seems just to cancel. It seems like an incredible waste of money. But it also seems like a commentary upon what the president was attempting, what the president did in Operation Warp Speed, which is to create a platform by which to create vaccines.
True.
So this just seems inconsistent that you would agree with me the president deserves a tremendous amount of credit for this.
Is this a question, Senator Cassidy, or is this a speech that you don't want me to answer?
Oh my God, RFK's crashing out, dude. He hates it. He's like, because he's completely caught in this lie, and he's not answering anything, and he's just crying about it.
Please.
If it's a question.
But be tight, please.
First of all, the reason that Operation Warp Speed was genius is it did something nobody had ever been done. I don't think any president, but President Trump, could do it. It got the vaccine to market that was perfectly matched to the virus at that time when it was badly needed.
What? I am so confused where he's going to go with this. It was a good match. He's right here. But how is this? But it was actually bad. It turned out to be a bad thing, which was how is he going to do? And Cassidy, he was a Democrat until 2009, and now he went to the Republican Party in 2015. So weird. Oh, that's so, yeah, guys, this is it. This is our Republican actually advocating for vaccines. Incredible. Wow. We'll take it, guys. We'll take it. Gotta give it to him. Bill Cassidy from Louisiana. I'm going to say that he's probably not running for re-election. I'm going to say he's not running for re-election, probably. That's the only reason. That's what these Republicans constantly like change their tune as soon as they're not running for re-election. But okay.
Because there was low natural immunity and there were people getting very badly injured by COVID. But it was also brought in therapeutics like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and protocols
guys.
for treatments.
And there were no mandates.
Okay, I have another question. So please, about
that's what I began litigating against President Biden's mandates.
Okay. I'm sorry. So RFK's just said Trump needs to get the Nobel Prize because he ushered in the vaccine that was the perfect match at COVID at the time. But because there was low herd immunity, it was not effective in poison. But then as herd immunity came up and natural immunity gained, that's when the COVID numbers go down. Like how his own logic doesn't make any sense. Why would he get credit for something that was not effective? Or is he saying that low herd immunity is down? It was effective at that time, but he said that COVID deaths outpassed the amount of people that died. It's just, it's just insane to me. I can't even in one sentence, even in a single sentence, I can't follow along.
Now,
I'm sorry, let me go on because
in terms of me canceling those contracts.
I have limited time, Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry. You've called for, and rightly so, that we should restrict participation in agencies for those with conflict of interest. I would like to submit for the record a evaluation of the conflict of interest of those who are on the ACIP and the Vaccines and Related Biologic Products Advisory Board. It was not 97% as alleged, rather it was 6.9%. And it was 1.2%, I think, for the other panel.
Without objection.
Wow. It's a big difference, 97 to 6.
Because many of those whom you have nominated for the ACIP board.
It's a big difference.
Excuse me,
can I have my time back?
Yes.
Yeah. What I am concerned about is that many of those.
So we went from 97 to 6. And that was for the ingredients in the vaccine, right?
2%, I think. It was not 90 of those who are on the ACIP to submit for the record a evaluation of the conflict of interest of those who are on the ACIP and the vaccine.
ACIP, that is the American Council for ACIP, the Advisory Council of Immunization Practices. Okay, so that is the thing that was the CDC thing that he completely gutted then.
and Related Biologic Products Advisory Board. It was not 97% as alleged, rather it was 6.9%, and it was 1.2%, I think, for the other panel.
Without objection.
Wow.
Now, I am concerned, though, because many of those whom
so he
you
just
have
completely
nominated
made
for the
that
ACIP
up.
board. Excuse me, excuse me.
Oh my gosh, guys. What? It's so wild.
What I am concerned about is that many of those whom you've nominated for ACIP have received revenue as serving as expert witnesses for plaintiffs' attorneys suing vaccine makers. Now,
Oh
one
my
of my colleagues in
gosh.
another setting alleged that you seem more interested in settlements than science. If we put people who are paid witnesses for people suing vaccines, that actually seems like a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Real quickly, do you agree with that?
Yes,
No, I
it is.
don't.
What?
It may be a bias, and that bias, if disclosed, is okay. But it's not
So
a
if the
financial.
bias is
It's not a
disclosed,
financial
they're expert
conflict.
witnesses.
It's not a
Okay.
financial
Let me finish
conflict of
up. Let me
interest.
finish up. You also
How
told
is it not the other way around, a
Senator
conflict of interest?
Wyden at the outset
God.
that you didn't want to take vaccines away from people. And as I conclude, I would like to say this. Because of the conflicting recommendations made about COVID. This is from Eric Erickson, good conservative out of Atlanta, Georgia. Occasionally gives me help.
A good conservative. I like how he has to like precipice like this is a Republican that is actually in reality on this one, guys. He actually agrees with reality here.
My wife has stage 4 lung cancer. She is one of the people the COVID vaccine actually helps. Thanks to the current mess at HHS, CVS is unable to get her vaccine. Secondly, an email from a physician.
Guys, we found our Republican, the diamond in the rough, the actual Republican. He just had to go. He just had to go to one of, where is it? UPenn. That's all he had to do. Where did he go? Oh no, Louisiana State University. That's he's got a good old fashioned public education. The good old fashioned public education MD. Just putting away. Hell yeah. Good for him, dude. Good for him, standing up for himself. He's going to get so much crap for this. I'm really happy about that. This is really good.
A friend of mine, hey, Bill, I'm not even sure what I'm asking you, but we're all confused and concerned about who can get the COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
We are having our attorney try and render an opinion, but there's no firm guidance and concern about liability if vaccines are given to a patient who requests it, but not on the current CDC list. Pharmacists are requiring a prescription now, even for patients over 65, creating a huge headache. I submit these for the record.
Without objection.
I would say effectively we're denying people vaccine.
Exactly.
Senator Cantwell.
Wow, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on that same line as Senator Cassidy, because that's exactly, I
What is
represent
happening?
one of the most science-based states in the country. That is percentage of scientists per capita. And at your confirmation hearing, we asked about this, whether you would follow science. You've made a statement here today in your testimony that you would follow science.
Shocked.
And yet you're not following science, and that's what Senator Cassidy's question was. It's a simple yes or no answer. Do you think the president deserves to get a prize for warp speed in the mRNA technology that saved so many lives? And you won't answer that question.
I answered it.
No, you're saying that there are problems with what was interpreted. You could say yes. You just say
I
yes.
said the president also deserves a Nobel Prize, but our mRNA vaccines that we're working on, the ones that we canceled, which are for upper respiratory infections alone.
Think of the mental gymnastics this guy's going through. Like the dude is doing work right now. He's doing work. Trump needs the Nobel Prize in this because it was super effective and amazing, but it wasn't needed and it's ineffective and actually did harm for people. And at the same time, the thing that he funded that created this platform, that created this dangerous thing that he's getting the Nobel Prize for, also he shouldn't be funded because we're taking the funds away that he's developed, which got the Nobel Prize for, that's not needed anymore because it's bad. That's impressive, guys. This is the Republican superpower. I'm telling you. Like, if that is not the most brain worm thing I have ever seen in my life, it's a superpower. I'm telling you, it's a superpower.
You canceled $500 million of research because the mRNA technology.
Guys, like her point is also like like they're canceling that $500 million. Okay. But like this, you guys got to realize that they're canceling, what they're effectively canceling is the billions of dollars that we have invested before this for decades developing the mRNA technology and funding this at the NIH and the NSF levels for years, for decades. We've invested it. So like it's $500 million this year, but it's been billions of dollars like going down. It's like running a marathon and investing all your time and energy into training and all the energy required there, doing the race, getting it almost there, and then once you're like just rounding the corner, being like, nah, not gonna do it. Like what? Like what are you talking about? We already are in the race. We're there. We just need to walk forward and just win just finish the technology that we've already invested in that's had such a dramatic impact. And by the way, all these other countries in the world are all going to love to take this technology. They're all running with it forward anyway. So they're going to run with it forward. But it's just the United States that's just going to be behind.
Technology is about continuing the research to be ready for the next flu, influenza, the next
gene
pandemic,
therapy.
And you have to do the research.
I'm happy to have a detailed discussion with you about it. You're so wrong on your facts.
You're interrupting me. And sir, you're a charlatan. What? That's what you are.
Yes!
You're the ones who conflate chronic disease with the need for vaccines. The history on vaccines is very clear.
Yes.
This is the 20th century. That's how many people had vaccines and had illnesses. This is the 21st century. This is the decrease, 99% down to 100%. This is what was delivered with vaccines.
See it. We can't see the actual thing.
And you don't want to support that. You don't want to support that evidence. So yes, the governors of the West, Washington, Oregon,
and California,
how
vaccines helped all but eradicate diseases. It met measles, pertussis, mumps, rubella, smallpox, diphtheria, polio, all these things, all these words that you don't need to know anymore because they're not ravaging your children and killing them in large amounts. Vaccines did that. Vaccines did that, guys. Technology did that. Like science did that. Medicine did that. That is what actually happened. So they've all these things. And people in the chat that are anti-vax are literally, they don't even agree that these viruses are real. They don't even think germ theory is real. And we're talking about millions of people, 200,000 pertussis, 163,000 in mumps, rubella 47,000, over 1 million with measles. It says annual 20th century morbidity and 2021 morbidity for vaccine preventable diseases in the US. So again, people that are anti-vax are pro-death, right? They want to see Americans and children suffering. That is what to be anti-vax. That is what it is. And it's not anti-COVID vax, guys. These people are anti all vaccines. So they are on the side. Think about that. They're on the side of the virus. They're gaslighting people to believe that the virus isn't even real while they go around and kill all these people. It's unbelievable. Join the biggest pro-life movement in this country. Join MAVA today. Join MAVA today. The biggest pro-life movement in this country. Be a patriot. Get vaccinated. MAVA.
The efficacy of science. Yes, the University of Washington will deliver the science that America will depend on because you don't want to depend on it. And his own Surgeon General of the Trump administration said over 2 million lives were saved because of the mRNA technology.
Yeah, it's true.
And you don't want to continue that. You don't want to continue that technology. So what country is going to now take up that technology lead? What country is going to do
Not
that?
us.
Leaving us more vulnerable to some other country keeping the advantage on having the best technology. So I'm telling you, I represent a state that's about technology. I have 2 other quick questions for you.
These questions or statements? Because I can answer that question if it's actually a question.
Do you believe in having the
brave.
ACA?
Look at this smirk on his face. He's like, oh, I know the talking points. I know the talking points that I need to say in order to, it's just about the pharmaceutical company profits, dude. That's what it is. Why are other countries a threat? Because if we don't invest into them, we've developed the technology, so now other countries can go and take that technology and run with it. Exactly, Elfax. That's the thing, dude. Is genuinely these people might be so stuck in the morass of like morass of long COVID that they're like bringing us down with them. Make America vaccinated again, Brandy. We're all Republicans now because you have superpowers and you can say anything that you want, and there's no accountability to do anything. So we're all Republicans now. Sorry, Brandy. Yeah, a lot happened. A lot happened today, and we're the largest pro-life movement in the Republican Party, and we're MAVA. We're making America vaccinated again, and we're infiltrating the Republican Party like viruses. We're infiltrating the virus like viruses, okay? We're viruses, but viruses don't exist. But we're the virus. We're going to take over the Republican Party like viruses, okay? Don't tell them. Don't tell they won't know what hit them, right? Because they don't even think we exist. So we could just follow the virus and the lead that they got, and then you know what I mean? Stay with us. Stay with us. Yay! Done.
And the support for the ACA that is about to expire. Do you believe in doing something about that?
In terms of the enhanced premium tax credits?
Yes.
Well, the Democrats had 2 chances to make them permanent, and they didn't.
Sorry, Ross. I'm just letting you know, Ross. I'm a scientist. I'm pro science here. I'm just joking. I'm memeing. So any other night, we're like, check out the. you should probably look at the YouTube live archive first. I wouldn't come in hot here, guys. YouTube live archive maybe, and then come here to understand what's happening right now. But we're so yeah.
And they didn't
We're
for
the
a
ones
reason.
we're the ones who delivered it. So I'm just
They
asking
didn't for
yes
a
or no,
reason.
do you want to do something about this? Yes or
I
no?
want to fix the system, and that's what we're doing, fixing systematically to make premiums lower. That's what President Trump
Do you
wants
think
to
the
do.
do you think the women
Ross.
on the
Yeah,
steps
we
of the
are too.
Capitol were a
This
hoax
is
yesterday?
Yeah, we're and TikTok, Halifax, largest stream on TikTok and Twitch, and all of everything. We got it all.
I don't know about any women on the steps of the Capitol.
The women who were talking about Epstein. Do you think they were?
Pro-life means pro-life is people not dying. That's what it means. So the people that are being saved by vaccines, you are exactly, too, Craig. Exactly.
A hoax yesterday?
Do I think they were
Do you think they were perpetrating a hoax yesterday?
perpetuating a hoax?
Yeah.
I have no idea what they were saying. This is the first I'm hearing about it.
You're hearing
agree-
about
I
the women
agree,
on the
Ross.
Capitol
I
steps
agree.
saying
We're
that
we're
they
just joking
believe that
around.
the Epstein information should be made public. That's the
Hi,
first you're
Emma.
hearing about it. What I'm saying is you are perpetrating hoaxes. You, as
Yes.
the Secretary of Health. So you're undermining the
Based.
whole healthcare delivery system.
This
and
is Senator Cantwell. Everyone.
keep trying to point to chronic disease, but you're not putting solutions on the table
Yes.
to cover more Americans. And you're
Exactly. All these anti-vax people, seriously, they have all these things against vaccines, right? They say all these problems, the ingredients isn't right. Okay, what's a better ingredient? What's a better ingredient? No, we shouldn't put aluminum in vaccines, which by the way they've like phased out like pretty much entirely for better things. But what? Okay, so then what? What do they? What's your proposal? What's in there? What do you want? What do you want in there? Hey JC, how's it going? That's the problem, is that these Republicans and anti-vax people never come with a solution to make a better vaccine. What they do is just say, viruses aren't real. You don't actually need vaccines. Like, what in the world, man? What in the world?
taking away the science and technology that has made us the leader that has saved,
Base.
according to the first Trump administration Surgeon
Base.
General, millions of lives. And you don't want to keep that going.
Yes.
So no, I don't support your continued efforts as Secretary, and I definitely think that our colleagues need to rally around science. If you want the Northwest to continue to lead on all innovation and all healthy people, okay, we'll do that. But it's a sad statement for the rest of America and America's leadership on technology. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warner.
Boost.
Mr.
Oh,
Secretary,
thanks, JC.
agree with
Thank
a lot of
you.
my colleagues' statement. I actually hoped, I didn't support you. I thought taking on chronic illnesses was going to be important. I've got 2 kids, as we discussed when you met, that have chronic illnesses. I'm not sure
Senator Warner now, guys.
that the focus on red dye and seed oils are going to fully solve that problem.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, chronic disease, red food dye, probably not it. It's probably not it, dude. Yeah.
Of course they won't. I would say this. That seems where your emphasis is. I want to go back.
Yeah, dude.
To just
you're worried about having. So you say that you want to have less chronic disease, but the fact that you're removing vaccines seems to be against that. So less chronic disease is what you want to do, but you're removing vaccines, and you think that removing food dye is the way to do that. Doesn't seem to add up what you're saying here and doing. I think you're kind of doing. It doesn't make much sense.
Against some basic facts. Do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID?
Oh God, guys. You know what? And you guys, it does, guys. For me, guys, it feels like Groundhog's Day. Okay, talking to people, stressing the importance of 1.2 million Americans died. Okay, and it is flabbergasts me genuinely that these people are just ignored, and you guys, the regulars of the stream, must just absolutely go crazy how many times I've had to explain this to people that 1.2 million people did die. But this is why I talk about it so much, because this is why it's important, because you're going to see it right now, guys. You're going to see it right now that RFK is going to have to deny this. He's going to have to deny it. And so that is what's wild. Science has predictive qualities, right? So if they have to remove the ability for science to predict things and to show things, right? In order for them to interject their own reality, right? They have to take that away, and they have to interject their own reality, and it's going to happen right now. And so watch, guys, watch. This is what hopefully the regulars of the stream can understand this and see in real time, be able to spot the BS that he's about to spit here. But let's see.
I don't know how many died. Accept the fact.
Oh my God. How many people? He doesn't know how many people died. Let's see it again.
From COVID. I don't know how many died.
He doesn't know how many people died. That is so appalling, dude. I literally had, I cannot believe that. That is so insane to me. I cannot believe that. That is insane to me. That is so frustrating. That is so appalling, man.
You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't have any idea how many Americans died from COVID?
Bro. Exactly.
I don't think anybody knows that, because the
absolute BS,
there was so much
bro.
data chaos coming out of
Insane,
CDC,
dude.
and there was so many perverse incentives. And these are modeled. You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths?
Again, I would
my
like to see
gosh,
the data and talk about the data.
You have had this job for 8 months, and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved
and
lives?
that's the problem, is that they didn't have the data. The data by the Biden administration
Oh, my
absolutely
gosh.
dismal.
So wait,
Insane, dude.
Who is politicizing? You're saying the Biden administration politicized all the data? Go back to what Senator Cantwell just
They
said.
fired Dr.
Go to
Krause.
the Trump Surgeon General.
They fired Dr. Krause. They fired all the people who questioned the orthodoxy. They fired
my
Dr.
gosh.
Cooper, Dr. Krause,
So,
Martin
Mr. Chairman, the
Gilmore.
Secretary of Health and Human Services doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID.
Yeah.
No,
That's
no, it's-
so
they-
embarrassing, guys. That is so insane to me. That is insane. That is like, guys. Even in a scenario where he thinks that the entire the Biden administration was corrupt, okay? Let's just go into that world, okay? Science has predictive qualities that you could use in independent routes to ascertain that information. And he has all the power of the HHS and all the federal government in order to find all those independent pieces of information, right? And figure out how to build up those actual real numbers, because people actually did die, right? So you have that ability to construct that through science, through epidemiology, through microbiology. No, the stats lied. Okay, that's what they're saying, and we're in that world, right, Lucy? But numbers are real. There's actual real numbers that exist in the world, and you can, if you thought that was real, you could build up your own statistics, right? He's just saying, trust me, bro. He has no numbers, but he's also ascertaining at the same time more people died from the vaccine than the actual disease. So again, which one is it? Is it there's no numbers and I don't know how many people died from COVID? Or is it I know exactly how many that died and it's actually more people died from the vaccine than from COVID? It can't be both. It can't be both. He can't know what it is when it comes to side effects and how many people died from the vaccine and have no idea how many people actually died from COVID. It can't be both of them, right? He's saying he knows it a perfect number in one sense, and he's saying the numbers are too corrupt and I don't know what it is. It can't be both, guys. Even living in his world, right? Living in his world, it doesn't make any sense. Sentence to sentence corruption, guys. This is sentence to sentence. Like it doesn't, his own worldview doesn't make any sense here, guys. Can you see this? This doesn't take my, like, any type of, like, this is just critical thinking skills. Like 101, man. Like for real.
Vaccine helped prevent any deaths. And you were sitting as Secretary of Health and Human Services? How can you be that ignorant?
Yes.
Like, I remember when we went through the hearing with you, I asked you about community health centers. You didn't know what role they play. I've been visiting community. I'm glad you got to one. I think in April. I tell you what I hear on community health centers, they are terrified. With all due respect to my good friend, the chairman, of the big awful bill. Because they are going to lose health care across the board.
Yes.
They already live in food deserts. They can't get to a nutritionist because Medicaid doesn't do enough reimbursement. If you're going to want Americans to get healthier, should they have access to nutritionists? Should they have access to good science about healthy food?
Absolutely.
Well, then how is that going to happen with the Medicaid cuts that are taking place?
There are no cuts to Medicaid.
Sir, that is an absurd. There is not a single.
That's crazy, dude. Just complete gaslighting them.
That does not, I can tell you, I was in Franklin, Virginia a couple days ago. The rural hospital is going to close.
It's true.
The hospital system was so afraid they wouldn't even let me have the meeting there. But that rural hospital is going to close. And they are looking for where those folks are going to go. I mean, you're supposed to be doing health care policy, not being the doctor in residence for all of America. I hope I can just say, I'm still going to trust my doctor rather than your health advice.
Yeah.
And
this is the problem.
Tom Cotton's going to, who knows who he's going to trust. But let me go back to policy for a couple. So maybe we'll lower the temperature a little bit.
Why? Dude, he should have kept going on that thing that he doesn't know. How many people died? How does he know that? How is he making statements about things? Like, that's insane. That is insane. Yes, Brandy, for real. it is like the money that they get is from the patients, and the patients are going to the hospital, and the Medicaid is going away. So then how are they going to have patients to pay for the hospital? Doesn't make any sense. He shouldn't have lowered the temperature. I don't know what he's trying to do.
That would be a systemic fix, not a vote buying mechanism when Medicaid's getting cut, what was put in on the rural hospitals. One of the things we could do, Mr. Secretary, is make sure that the folks who work in rural hospitals get an 80% reimbursement of what folks get in more urban centers. Would you support that legislation?
Are you talking about the area wage index?
I'm talking about the area wage index and moving that up to 80%. So there is actually ability to get rural providers.
President Trump supports that, and we support.
You support.
Oh.
Good. So you will work with us to get that passed.
Yes.
See how everything, guys. You see how everything in the Trump administration is a corrupt side deal. You have to go to him and be like, "This is my thing. My farmer subsidy needs to go through," and then Trump needs to anoint you and give you like a little pat on the head, and then says, "Okay, you're allowed. Oh, love you too. Thank you, Emma." Like the tariff thing, like everyone is tariffed until your CEO has to come and then give him a special gift of like some gold thing in the White House, and then say, "Oh, Trump's good, Trump good," and then he says, "Your company doesn't have any tariffs." This is blatant corruption, guys. This is blatant corruption. This is the exact type of corruption that these people think is actually happening with the physicians and the pharmaceutical industry. But it has been institutionalized. And we're seeing it play out in real time.
That will increase cost on both Medicaid and Medicare. So you are committed to that. I appreciate that. What about Senator Wyden and I've got a bill?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you.
What about what?
Hospitals are shutting down on their OBGYN services. Try to have a baby. I don't know about in all of my other friend states, but in Southside Virginia, you can't find a hospital. Will you work with us to make sure that before OBGYN services are taken out of the rural hospital?
Do we have to go department by department? We got OBGYN cutouts. We got farm Cassidy's going farm subsidies. We got a deal. Let's make a deal, baby. Let's get some stuff. Please, can you do this, please, for me? Okay, so like this is exactly like, guys, like this is not normal. This is not normal. This is not good. I don't understand. This is not normal, guys.
There has to be a process and procedure.
I'm happy to work with you on that, Senator, meet with you and see if we can work with you on it. I don't know.
Pizza Max, thoughts and prayers with those guys, man. Thoughts and prayers. I'm sorry. Thoughts and prayers. But, Pizza Max, have they tried any mental health services with that? Have they thought of any like mental health problems? Seems like a mental health problem. Yeah.
Exactly what the issue is.
Well, again.
Have they tried?
Secretary of Health and Human Services, who has said he doesn't know how many people died from COVID, doesn't know if the vaccine saved lives.
Yeah, it seems like it's a mental health problem that she has. That's what. Yeah, mental health problem.
Doesn't understand the issue that OBGYN doctors are fleeing rural America because they can't afford it. And with the cuts that are coming up, it's going to be exponentially worse. I would invite you, sir, to come with me to a community health center in Virginia and hear what is on people's mind. They want to get healthier? Absolutely. Count me in. But they also don't want their basic health care removed.
Dude, it's like so...
Senator Langford.
It's so crazy, dude.
Secretary, good to see you again. As I traveled around Oklahoma during August,
Barnaby,
it's great to be able to be
dude,
home.
I'm magnetized right now.
Contacted me.
I'm magnetized.
Meetings with some rural hospitals.
Are you kidding me? You guys aren't magnetized?
$50 billion for the One Big Beautiful Bill that is targeting towards rural hospitals, starting with $10 billion next year. I know you're quickly getting all the instructions out on that. We know that's in process. It was good to be able to visit with them and be able to talk about that. They're very pleased. Thanks for the work you're doing on that. I also met with some of our groups that do incredible medical research on this. I know the NIH grants were held for a while and being studied. Those have been released. And grateful to be able to see that because there's some amazing medical research happening, including some longitudinal studies. And they need those dollars released. So I appreciate you all getting those released out there. I did hear from a lot of our folks, and I want to talk about one of these issues. From a lot of our hospitals, they immediately raised the issue of Medicare Advantage plans.
Look at the vaccine did to me.
Withholding payments, they're delaying payments back to hospitals, and a problem that's been for rural hospitals. I know y'all are working on that as well. We want to work with you on that. But you and I have spoken on the second issue on that, and it's the pharmacy benefit managers. During the confirmation process, it was interesting when you and I met in my office, you said every single senator brought up PBMs to you, and you made the statement during the confirmation process, this is an area that President Trump wants to take on, is the pharmacy benefit managers. This is unfinished business in this committee. But
what is he talking about?
What is HHS doing at this point on the PBM issue in particular to make sure we're not driving out rural pharmacies, and what we can do to be able to make sure that's fair?
I mean, it's a priority for the president. He talks to me about it, I would say, at least once a week.
Oh, sometimes. Yeah. Well, what is this like what insanely niche view? Like, what is this about?
To make sure we're not, but I wanted to just know, what is HHS doing at this point on the PBM issue in particular?
PPM. The PPM is HHS PPM issue. What is that? What is he even talking about? Pharmacy managers? Yeah. Pharmacy benefit managers. Yeah. Trump's real big on that one. Pharmacy benefit manager. Yeah. Real big. It's a real big pharmacy management guy. Pharmacy benefit manager is a third-party administrator of prescription drug programs for commercial health plans, self-insured employer plans, Medicare Part D programs, and federal employee. Yeah, this is right in Trump's wheelhouse. Super big. He's a real big guy on that. PBMs operate inside integrated healthcare systems as part of retail pharmacies and as part of insurance companies. Yeah. He's a real big policy guy. Trump, he's calling up RFK. Yeah. Hey, what are you doing about employee health benefits? CVS. I was wondering how you feel about that. Is there any movement on that? He's really big there.
Particular to make sure we're not driving out rural pharmacies, and what we can do to be able to make sure that's fair.
I mean, it's a priority for the president. He talks to me about it, I would say, at least once a week, sometimes at 11 o'clock at night. And we've met with the PBMs, and we are in talks with them. We're also in MFN talks with the pharmaceutical companies, who are also very interested in reducing the cut and getting transparency among the PBMs. And the PBMs have committed to us to transparency, to some protocol that will guarantee transparency. And then the part of the MFN negotiations would include direct-to-consumer marketing.
I'm a scientist doctor. I'm a microbiology PhD.
Which would eliminate the middleman. So I think we're doing a lot on PBMs.
Okay, that'd be very helpful to be able to see. It'd be very helpful for consumers across the country on this. You and I spoke as well, and you've made public statements on this, and the FDA Commissioner made public statements on the issue of reviewing
the breeding is really bad. It's really labored, guys.
Your comments early on were every drug needs to be treated the same, needs to look at the same, and not have political biases and how things are actually examined. There were a lot of changes on the allocation of mifepristone for elective abortions under the Biden administration. It's now open to anyone without a prescription on it. You don't have to go through a doctor on it. There's all kinds of issues that are happening now on it. So the question was, you said that there would be a review on that just to be able to look at it, make sure we're following all safety protocols. Do you know a timing on that review?
I can't give you the exact
inferiority
timing.
complex. You realize that I'm all the qualifications to actually lead the HHS. I'm more qualified than RFK to lead the HHS, right? Right? You guys, you know that? I'm actually more qualified than the sitting director of CDC. Like, you realize that? Like, we're talking about qualifications right now to say something when you have the Trump administration hiring people that they just see on Fox News to like just fill this role. You realize that? You understand that? How insane that is?
I talked to Marty McCary about it yesterday, and he said it is progressing apace. We're getting data in all the time, new data that we're reviewing. And we know that during the Biden administration, they actually twisted the
That's
data
so good.
to bury one of the safety signals with a very high safety signal, around 11%. So we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. We're producing honest science and gold standard science on that.
Gold standard science.
Of where we are.
Thank
Easy.
You. Go where the science leads on that.
Yeah,
during the Biden
science.
administration, the Title 10 regulation.
They're throwing away. They're throwing around science like the way Light uses it. Science. They hate science. They hate it. They hate science.
Planning programs, recipients to physically and financially separate from abortion activities.
Sorry, Light. I saw you in chat. Hi. I'm sorry. I'm coming after your boyfriend again. They just keep coming after me. I just have to keep beating them down.
Their Title 10 activities and eliminate them promoting or providing abortion with those funds. That was flipped from the original Trump rule that was done under the first presidency. During a confirmation, you had committed to go back and look at that again and to be able to see. My question is, do you know the timeline for agency action for when that rule on Title 10 and the separation payments rule will be either reviewed or will actually be reinstated to the original Trump rule under his first presidency?
I don't know.
What is his end game? It's just to dismantle science because
I don't know the answer to your question, why they're actually reviewing the rule right now. I can tell you that
it's power.
The NGOs that have that issue, that refuse to separate their payments streams and separate their operations, are not getting funded.
Okay, well, that was an issue under the law when it first came out to be able to keep those things separate on it. So look forward to that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Hassan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Secretary Kennedy. Just before I ask,
I could legitimately though, Emma, I do think I think that even legitimately, I do think that an non-MD, non-PhD could fill RFK's spot, legitimately, but what you have to do in that scenario is rely on the actual science, of the infrastructure of the institution of science, and rely on what it says, right? And it actually should, exactly, Brandy, the data. It shouldn't be up to the head of the HHS to have dictatorial control on what goes. And that's the problem, right? Is that it's all up to what Trump says, what RFK says. And that's why these people are absolute imbeciles, and they have no science knowledge. And that's why science works, right? Because it doesn't rely on someone's personal knowledge. It doesn't rely on someone says what they say goes. It's what you can prove through data and studies and reproducibility. That's what it actually matters. So it that's the frustrating part, is that they use this, we're going to trust gold standard science, like you just said. But in reality, all the gold standard scientists that promoted gold standard science are the people that they removed, and they removed it because they explicitly told them that they're not parroting what they want to say. And that's what's ridiculous. And that's why it's going to hurt people. And it is hurting people. Exactly, Mary. Exactly.
Ask a question. I did want to note, in response to the Secretary's statement that the Trump administration wants to lower the cost of health insurance, that across the country right now,
inferiority complex, that's because of Republican bills and Republicans of what they support. Name a single healthcare reform that the Republicans tried to pass in the last, God, I don't even know. When was the last time that they actually tried to pass anything of substance in regards to healthcare? Please, any type of legislation, a single piece of legislation. That's not
commercial insurers that we're seeing this fall is 18%, just as families are struggling to make ends meet. Now, I want to follow up on a line of questioning that Senator Cassidy began. Mr. Secretary, President Trump said that the COVID-19 vaccine produced by Operation Warp Speed was, and these are the president's words, a monumental national achievement. Although I've strongly opposed many of President Trump's actions, I agree with him that Operation Warp Speed in 2020.
She's a Dem from Nevada. Dude, and guys, just today, your boy Trump, just today, here we go, just today, guys, Trump breaks from RFK on vaccines, quote, pure and simple, they work. driving the news. Trump has asked Friday during an Oval Office meeting about Kennedy's vaccine mandate changes, which include limiting which children are eligible for vaccines. Quote, I think you have to be very careful when you say some things don't have to be vaccinated, that some people don't have to be vaccinated. End quote. Trump said of Kennedy's vaccine mandates for children. Quote, they're just pure and simple. They work, he added. They're not controversial at all. And I think that those vaccines should be used. That's what your boy said. That's what your boy said. Your boy. Dude, that I genuinely think that Trump is like mystified on this one. I really do. Exactly, Addie. I genuinely think that he's mystified on because he thinks that he did the legitimately good thing. And he grew up in New York where it's like, wow, guys, being able to like be around people in high densities is actually a really cool thing. And you don't have to be worried about diseases spreading so easily. It's actually kind of a nice thing. And then now he's getting dragged into the mud by these morons.
Was a monumental achievement. Unfortunately, you are undermining one of the president's biggest achievements, which,
Brandy, I think that he always did support vaccines, and that's one of the he probably legitimately did think that it was a cool idea that he was funding it, and he did in the lead up to the 2020 election. He thought it was something that was so cool that he was braggadocio about it, right? He wanted to actually get it out earlier than the stage 4. He thought it was such a cool thing that he wanted to break FDA rules in order to get it out earlier than he did. No, he literally did. That is what he tried to do, and that's why people. By the way, that's why the Biden and Kamala like said that, where it was like, well, if he's just not going to let people like finish this, the stage of the development, I don't know if I'm kind of wary about Trump's vaccine, and that's what that quote comes from. That people say that. So. Yeah, we just went over it and we just read it. Yeah. Quote, I think you have to be very careful when you say that some people don't have to be vaccinated. They're just pure and simple. They work. They're not controversial at all. And I think that vaccines should be used. So that's what he said. That's what he said. Yeah.
As the president said, saved millions of American lives. You even went as far as to call President Trump weak for this life-saving
accomplishment. He said it today.
Last year, you tweeted
in the Oval Office. It was out of 8 hours ago. He said it today. Trump supports vaccines. Why don't you? I know. It does. Yeah. No, Light, you don't understand. Like, I'm willing to give credit where credit is due. Right? That's the whole point. Like, if you support science, then I support you. That's really not that hard. It really isn't that hard. I'm just not folding the right way, I guess. Sorry, Light. I'm folding one way and you're folding the other. You know what I mean? So.
President Trump has a weakness for swamp creatures.
I'm this folded, Light, and you're this folded, Light.
We're like folding. Here's your quote again. The most devastating impact of President Trump's weakness. So, Mr. Secretary, was Operation Warp Speed a monumental national achievement, as President Trump said?
For the reason that I've already said, I assume you won't let me repeat, but I'm happy to. Yes, it was.
Good. Assuming it is a monumental achievement, you said it was. Is it true that, as President Trump has said, he said...
Dude, yeah, exactly. We're not resonating. Damn, Elfax, that was deep.
Saved millions of American lives with the COVID-19 vaccine, because you've just expressed great confusion about that.
Yes, Brandy, exactly. So Trump knew that RFK was against vaccines, but he had the insight politically, and he had people telling him, hey, in these swing states, it's close enough that if you actually bring this turd around, it could actually help us win the election. So he's like, sure. And that's why he brought him on. And he said, and RFK got promised HHS. And he said, fine. If you put me in, I'll be your guy, and he doesn't care. So he like this RFK is a grifter by definition, right? He doesn't care. He just wants to be in there. He just wants to be doing the thing. Okay, Angel, you're just like, bro, you're just spamming random letters, bro. You're gonna have to block you, bro. That's like insane. Yeah, that's a definite ban. So, dude, we allow a lot of people with any type of different views, but if you're just gonna spam paragraphs all caps, I mean, you're gonna have to be blocked, permabanned. You know what I mean? So, after a year or so, you had to get sorry. Yeah. Boom.
Just Senator Warner.
The only confusion I express is exactly how many lives were saved. I don't think anybody knows that because of the data chaos.
So multiple studies have shown that the vaccine reduced infections and severe diseses and saved at least 3 million lives in the United States and millions more abroad in the first 2 years of the pandemic.
Guys, are we getting actual data? Actual data. I'm holding on. Actual data. Whoa. Actual data is being produced here.
Lives were saved. I don't think anybody knows that because of the data chaos.
So multiple studies have shown that the vaccine reduced infections and severe diseases. And
reduced infections. It did. It reduced the viral load. Reducing the viral load and decreases the amount that you can spit. Data ding. Ding. God. I can only take so much datum at once, you know what I mean? Gotta slow down.
At least 3 million lives in the United States.
3 million lives. I'm actually curious what she said. I found 2.5 million worldwide.
Vaccine reduced infections and severe diseases and saved at least 3 million lives in the United States and millions more abroad in the first 2 years of the pandemic.
As possible, those are modeling studies.
I will also note, just as you've been talking about data and concern about it, the process for COVID vaccine approval was public, it was live streamed, and it was out in the open.
Actual someone that knows what they're talking about. Unbelievable. This is crazy. Never before. We're an hour and a half in.
Manufacturers and experts have publicly submitted data analysis, and when the FDA has asked for more, they've submitted more.
Talking about the FDA trials that were actually legit. They didn't skip any steps, and they actually gave too much data, and they were actually giving all the data that was needed. Oh my God. Wow.
They've done that for years, and the evidence is clear and supports what President Trump has said. The vaccine works, and it has saved
oh my God!
millions of lives. Your own process, on the other hand, has not been transparent. You repeatedly choose to ignore data because it doesn't match your preconceived.
Oh my God! Oh. Cite the source. What are you talking? Everything. The sources, all of it. Every single thing that they've done for 5 years. The whole thing. Senator Cortez Masto. The science that we've all been talking about, that we've been talking and reading about. Everyone was like, they're like, here. Everyone's like, here, there's this thing. Wow.
Received notions and lies. So you have said that the vaccine did save lives. You've said it was a monumental achievement.
Yeah.
And given that, if you agree with President Trump that the vaccine saved millions of lives, why have you acted behind closed doors to overrule scientists and limit the freedom of parents to choose the COVID vaccine for their children? Why have you done that?
for the COVID vaccine, I was.
Well, what? Well, why? Well, why? Well, why? Well?
Removed by FDA because there was the industry.
No, it was behind closed doors.
No, that's not
and scientists who said they wanted to brief you
Yeah.
on the science, scientists who wanted to understand why the FDA, why you unilaterally changed the parameters for giving vaccines, making it possible now, to Senator Cassidy's colleagues' points, that they're going to have to go off-label
Yeah.
This is crazy talk. You're just making stuff up.
to prescribe a vaccine.
He's stun locked. He literally is just like, no, you're just making things up. You don't there's no. Nuh-uh. A Republican superpower. Amazing. You are immune. You are immune. What? It's like so crazy, dude. Just, I don't understand. Why would you? There's didn't engage with anything. No, you're just lying. Republican superpower. Bling.
Vaccine for children. I'm not making things up.
Oh,
Do you know
I'm
how the
so
FDA approval
Republican
process
after
works?
this.
I know exactly.
Do you know what an off-label
I
prescription
know
is?
exactly how it works. I know exactly how
He has
it
no
works.
idea how
why
it is.
behind
He has no
closed
idea what
doors?
it
It's
is.
not behind closed doors. The industry makes the studies, and they could not provide us.
Oh, the pharmaceutical company dude, did you know that the pharmaceutical companies are like, they're like for profit, dude, like they're just like making money, dude. I'm about just like, like medicine that's not, profit driven, like just, people that are like focusing on the root causes of disease and like actually, curing people as opposed to just like making profits. You know what I mean? Like, why are we just like, why, but instead of like stopping, let's do it. Make people happy. Yeah, dude. Just like let people live, dude.
That said that it is effective for healthy kids.
So when have you produced the data that you relied on and that this FDA relied on to change those parameters? You did it behind closed doors.
No, the data's all public.
Now parents who decide...
Data's all public. What is it? What is it? What is the data?
That they do want their children to have
You're just making stuff up, Senator.
What is he talking about? What data? Okay. So, okay. Is he talking about the data that was corrupt, that it was so bad that they didn't even know how many people died during COVID? But now he's saying that data is public and it's available? I thought it was so bad we couldn't trust it. I thought it was so bad that we couldn't even trust the data. But now he's saying that same data, no, it's public. Everyone knows it. Mava, make America vaccinated again, baby. That is, I love that. It's incredible.
You're just making stuff up. Sometimes when you make an accusation, it's kind of a confession, Mr. Kennedy.
Oh, it's so true. What has he ever produced?
So let's just settle with this. So here's what's going to happen. To Senator Warner's point, to the parents who are concerned all around the country, to people who want to get the COVID vaccine this fall, even if they're under 65, because the boosters have worked, there's been much less serious disease. People do not have the same level of threat and risk from COVID that they used to because of these vaccines.
Oh, no MS dreams. 46. Ready? 46. Ready? 3, 2. Oh, 46. Get those V's in chat. No MS. Their mom got the flu vaccine. Let's go. V. Love that. So sick. Thank you for being vaccinated. Damn, Melanie throwing down the real. Damn. Oh my God, what? No Amos. That's not. Oh, that's awful. Oh, dude, keep me updated, okay? Genuinely, I want to know what happens there. Does my flu vaccine count in the UK? Yes, Titch. Yes, we global vaccines. We're about vaccines all throughout the world. If you got vaccinated, hey, thanks Elfax. Thanks. Yes, Titch. All right, we do. All right, 1, 2, 3. Woo, Jess. We're doing vaccines this week. So if you got a bunch of boosters this week, I mean, let's do it. Thank you guys. Thank you. Titch and no Amos's mom. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Jess, if you have been vaccinated this week, but you got a bunch of boosters, I mean, we're down. We will take it. That's 2 of them. Titch, see, this is what vaccine families that get vaccinated together care for one another. Dude, 49. Let's go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh. Jess, did you get vaccinated this week? Did you? Because we'll count them. Dude, I love it, guys. Dude, we celebrate people who get vaccinated in this community because we love people that get vaccinated, that care about one another. I appreciate you. The people around you appreciate you. I'm not getting new COVID vaccine or flu until October in Norway. Yeah. No, but did the vaccine like everyone available? Okay. All good, Jess. All good. It's okay. Like when you do get vaccinated, come back here and we can we'll count it. We'll count you. So I love it though. I love it. Thank you for being so excited. This is what we want. Oh yes. Thank you, Ara. I know I have an immune system because of science. I know. Isn't that cool? I have a respiratory society makes. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly, Jess. Exactly. You and your family for sure. My mom and her friend got COVID and flu and shingles today. Add 6. Let's go! Oh my gosh. Wow, guys. Are you serious? Dude, a family that gets vaccinated together, cares for one another. That is incredible. Let's go. Dude, no way. Let's go. Are you guys ready? All right, ready? Watch this. Watch this number. This number. Oh my God, let's go. Ready, 3, 2, 1. Dude, I can't believe we're up to 55 already. I can't believe it. Good, Titch. Yes, exactly. Make it a community event. Exactly. Why would you want anyone promote vaccines for kids? Because it's safe and effective, and you don't want kids developing long COVID. Exactly. That's why vaccines are safe and effective. Dude, good job, everyone. I love it. I love how everyone's so excited to share and wants to get in on it. I love it. I seriously, such a cool energy. Thank you so much. That's wrong, Lucy. You're just wrong. So yeah, so long COVID exists. There's people that have come in here that had their kid had vertigo from long COVID, that was losing their hearing from long COVID. It's totally, long COVID exists and it's real, and kids also could it trigger other kids that have genetic disorders. So if they were born with a genetic immunization problem, they could trigger that, and that's not nice. Be kind to one another. Get all vaccines. So you don't think COVID about is out to no DJ. Actually, Cortez Masto over here that we were just watching was talking about it, and she outlined it really well. That all those companies actually did a really good job and provided an immense amount of data to show how oh, it's okay, Melanie. They watch the data on all the anti-vax guys, all right? And they are in here more than anyone else. I'm telling you, they stay in this chat more than anyone. And I mean, we're talking like 2, 3, 4 hours. They're all in here, and they just sit there and just they chat more than anyone else. So they're super active. And I mean, you guys help us get into. We are in the top 99.9% of TikTok streams because of you guys. So I'm so glad that you guys are here. And it honestly, it makes us look so smart. So, the fact that you guys just completely get so unhinged and we are doing something so innocuous as just supporting vaccinations, which is something that is so no-brainer. I don't know. It was developed since 1987. So how do you define, is that so fast? I mean, we develop a new flu vaccine every year. So no, I wouldn't say. Your account will fall very soon because of what's coming. Good luck. Okay. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Isn't that funny how you guys are always coming after me? I know this is why I'm the number one. Aura, I love that. I love that. That's exactly why I am the number one canceled scientist. This is exactly why. I love it. I'm not kidding when I say that. Love it. I'm keeping that one forever. I'm keeping that one, Aura. Thank you. Love it. How many people were affected by the vax? Injuries and deaths? I don't know. Thoughts and prayers with them. Be careful. My thoughts and prayers are with them, you know? Everyone's a tragedy, and my thoughts and prayers are with them. I was referring, DJ, I was referring to. No, I do care. Everyone is a tragedy. My thoughts and prayers are with them. Thoughts and prayers to the vaccine injured. Thoughts and prayers. It's really a mental health issue, you know? It's actually a mental health issue, Lucy, and you're politicizing like an event too soon. And, you know, I just want to keep politics out of these vaccine injuries, and I just want to focus on thoughts and prayers for them, you know? And I feel like you're politicizing this, you know, issue, and that's not okay, you know? So my thoughts and prayers are with them, and I don't want you to politicize this issue so soon after those people are injured, you know? I think that you're trying to make it, you know, it's not okay what you're doing.
People
my thoughts and prayers are with them. Yeah.
who want to exercise their freedom of choice are being
Mava.
denied that
Mava.
because you are citing data that you won't produce to the public.
True.
And you are
True.
rejecting
You're
science.
making things up to scare people, and it's a lie.
With respect.
Let's go.
I do not think I'm the one making things
up. And it's a lie.
With respect, I do not think I'm the one making things
You
up.
are
Thank you, Mr.
lying
Chair.
right now.
Dude, it's so funny. He has no data. He has nothing to do other than just say, you're lying. Let's see. He's hurt because he got canceled. Bug reason why he's pushing. Wake up and go research yourself, huh? What? Aura Lights, are you okay? Can we get, it looks like Aura Lights needs some light therapy. Light is life. Can you guys DM to one another and make sure maybe like get her wavelengths on the right wavelength and the right resonating frequencies? She needs some light help, I think. She is lights, Aura Lights. So can you guys DM? Can you guys get in there? Can you? Light is life, please. Can you? Thanks, guys. You guys need to help one another. You know what I mean? You guys got to help one another. Light is life. I don't know how to help. I'm a misfolded light. You know what I mean?
Senator Brassel.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being with us today. I believe one of President Trump's greatest achievements was his bold and successful actions on COVID. When faced with
Okay, what a mind-melting statement was that? What was the... Oh, guys, you got to do that again. What was...
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being with us today. I believe one of President Trump's greatest achievements was his bold and successful actions on COVID. When faced with a global pandemic, he didn't back down. He was determined to find a cure, and through Operation Warp Speed, a vaccine was developed that distributed quickly, safely, effectively, and I believe it saved many, many lives. I think it's a model of American ingenuity and public-private partnership. But this wasn't the first time an American president acted boldly to address disease and vaccines. There's a great book that's out, it's a prize-winning book called The Fate of the Day by Rick Atkinson, and he talks about the courageous efforts by George Washington. During the Revolutionary War, George Washington reversed his opposition to the smallpox vaccine.
Exactly,
and he ordered that all the soldiers be vaccinated. It was among the most consequential decisions Washington would ever make.
He was brave.
By protecting his troops.
Like, I will give him the credit for Operation Warp Speed, whatever it needs. But, like, he was bold and courageous. Like, what? Bold and courageous when others weren't?
Smallpox, Washington preserved the Continental Army, which allowed our nation to continue to fight for our independence.
Casey.
And like President Trump, I believe President Washington acted decisively to protect Americans' lives.
Oh my God, dude! This guy's trying to get the freaking. He's trying to get the clip. Exactly. He wanted to get George Washington and Trump in the same sentence for that little clip, so it could just be sent to him. And he's like, but don't primary me, Trumpy, please. Like I was comparing you to George Washington and saying that you're really nice and I really like you. And like, I was saying that you're just as good. So like, could you help? You don't have light with the jabs you take. What if they are light? What if they're just lasers? What if the vaccines are just a little laser? Have you ever think about that?
At a time of great national peril. So over the last 50 years, vaccines are estimated to have saved 154 million lives worldwide.
Whoa, that was our stat. That was our vaccine stat from yesterday. I was using the 20-year one. He was using the 50-year one. We learned that. Remember that? Those are our vaccine stats. We got a new vaccine stat every day. And he actually was talking about this one, the smallpox one. So you can actually learn things right here. Vaccine fact. First one developed was in 1796 for smallpox. And that was the one that George Washington used. Okay, yeah, exactly, Nico. Vaccine fact. First one developed was in 1796 for smallpox. Not big pox, smallpox. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? I like it. When new technology is developed, it just makes me all happy and sad. All right. Dude, exactly. I love that the oral lights and light is life. They're like, are we best friends? Like, what? Are you serious? What? Oh my God. Light? You like light? I like light. I'm sorry. Light is life. I'm sorry. I guess so. Hey, dude, does Aura Lights get a discount? Did she get the Friends discount on your monthly like green tea package that she gets? Are you gonna get her like the friends and family discount and like charge her like $80 a month instead of $100 a month for the rosemary tinctures, or like we gonna go like the full 100 for her? Like, what do you think? You should give her like 10%. Can you? Oh my God. Can I get a promo code, Light? Can I get a promo code? I'll be watching. I know you will be. I will be watching. Aura Lights, I know that you do. You're in here all the time. What's wild is that you watch the stream all the time, and this is the first time that you actually crashed out like this. So you literally just me riffing on RFK triggered you that badly because you watch constantly. You can't like hours every night. So like, I don't understand what today made you so crashed out, but like, all right. I mean, I will give you personally, I will pay personally for all your vaccines. You will never have to pay for another vaccine in the rest of your life. Just for you though. Nobody else gets that discount. Just for you. Okay. Just letting you know. You know, I've done that. I have done that actually. In one of my old Twitch community that I was in, we were doing science communication, and people were disadvantaged during that time, and I did pay for their vaccines. There was multiple people. I think about like, I paid for a lot of people's vaccines because I was just like, they didn't have funds, and vaccines are cheap and effective and safe. It was nice, and masks too if they needed it. I was just helping people, you know. Aw, yeah, dude. They were down and out, and they were in bad scenarios where they didn't have health care or whatever, and yeah, dude, for real, gotta look out for one another. Okay, sorry, back to this thing.
I'm a doctor. Vaccines work. Secretary Kennedy, in your confirmation hearings, you promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines. Since then, I've grown deeply concerned. The public has seen measles outbreaks.
Oh, dude. What? Dude, this is great. Guys, I'm like, okay, legitimately, let's stop the trolling. Okay, we're not joking anymore. We're not joking anymore. I'm like really shocked at these Republicans that are like actually like holding or actually questioning RFK. This doesn't usually happen, guys. This doesn't usually happen. The Republicans don't normally grill one another like this. It is very wild.
For work. Secretary Kennedy, in your confirmation hearings, you promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines. Since then, I've grown deeply concerned. The public has seen measles outbreaks, leadership in the National Institute of Health questioning the use of mRNA vaccines, the recently confirmed director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention fired. Americans don't know who to rely on. You know, recent polls at 89% of voters, 81% of Trump voters agree vaccine recommendations should come from trained physicians, scientists, public health experts.
What? Wow.
So, you know, they believe, you know, Senator Marshall, Senator Cassidy, they believe me when it comes to vaccines. If we're going to make America healthy again, we can't allow public health to be undermined. So could you explain what steps you're going to be taking to ensure vaccine guidance is clear, evidence-based, and trustworthy?
Okay. One second. Gold standard science, data, root cause of disease. I think those are the big three that he's going to say. Yeah. I think. Okay. Let's see if I get any.
Make it clear, evidence-based, and trustworthy for the first time in history. For most, right now, you know, when I was a kid, I got 3 vaccines. I was fully compliant.
3 vaccines? I love it. That's what we have to do. We just have to. You're limited to 3 vaccines your entire life now because of RFK's, kiddo.
Today's children have to get between 69 and 92 vaccines in order to be fully compliant between maternity and 18 years.
Yeah, exactly, Renee.
Only one of there's 19 vaccines, 92 doses. Only one of those vaccines has ever been tested against an inert placebo. And what? 2 doses. Only one of those vaccines has ever been tested against an inert placebo. And what we're doing now
Okay, guys. Okay. Dude wants kids to be exposed to measles, and then one of them have an inert placebo, and the other one to have a vaccine, and then do the study that way. He wants, that's his gold standard science. It's just like sacrificing your child up to the altar of science. No, what world would you want to do that?
Now is any new vaccine that before it's approved and licensed will have to demonstrate safety against inert placebo, and we're going to go back and do observational studies.
Like, guys, why would you need to do this?
On the existing vaccines to see if they're linked.
Brookie, this is like extensive audio processing, by the way. I went with a de-esser, and I like specifically went for his wavelengths and like really scrubbed a lot of the worst vocals on it. Like it's actually wild. If you wanted to on YouTube, you can see. It's a de-esser. I can show you what it sounds like without it. You guys want to see?
Any of these?
This is what it sounds like without it.
Approved and licensed.
Here you go. Ready?
We'll have to demonstrate safety against inert placebo, and we're going to go back and do observational studies on the existing vaccines to see if they're linked to any of these chronic disease epidemics, so that people can understand the risk profile of those products and make good assessments for their own health.
So in 2 weeks, vaccine experts at the CDC are going to meet to discuss childhood vaccine recommendations. Parents and physicians depend upon this guidance to make decisions.
I actually put a noise removal on there
too. And as I said, I support vaccines. I've been hearing from many of my medical colleagues, people I've known from medical school, residency, and when I practiced medicine in Wyoming, and there are real concerns that safe, proven vaccines like measles, like hepatitis B, and others could be in jeopardy. And that would put Americans at risk and reverse decades of progress. As we've seen over the last 4 years, the previous administration 4 years, when recommendations became politicized or were swayed by bias, that the public trust can be lost.
Is he, wait. He just threw the Biden administration's vaccine recommendation and said that the Biden administration was actually doing the politicization and not RFK. Is that what that's what he just said, right? That because that's like the bar of entry, right? That you have to be like, oh yeah, well the Biden did it worse.
So what safeguards are in place to ensure decisions are based solely on science and not politics? And how are you going to make sure doctors and parents can count on CDC guidance?
I mean, Senator, I would point this out. Right now, there's only 10% of children are complying with the CDC's recommendation on COVID boosters. Only 15% of healthcare workers. So Americans have lost faith in CDC.
Yeah,
and we need to restore.
I do think, his voice is like the plosives go down with the de-esser, and then it like evens out that sharpness. I feel like it's a little bit. It seems a little bit better with my post processing. This is the first one that I did. Yeah, dude. So he has like a muscle condition in his voice that basically it causes a paralysis thing. So it's the muscles in his voice. It's the same thing with Susan Collins actually has. Okay, me too. I think Susan Collins has it too. It kind of like creates like a weakness. It is a disease that he has. So like legitimately, can't. We can talk about it, but let's just not bring it up. It's like it sucks. It does suck for him.
And we're going to do that by telling the truth and not through propaganda, by making them understand.
Yeah, exactly. It is very jarring, dude. I'm not excited that we have to listen to this guy's voice. It's a tremor. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
We say
it's a long COVID. Oh, neurological disease. Oh my God, guys. Would it be worse with long COVID? I wonder if it could get worse. I'm not insulting him at all. I'm just pointing out what it is. I don't think that we should. Yeah, the people, I don't want people to.
It's true. We're going to tell them what we know. We're going to tell them what we don't.
Hey, thoughts and prayers with RFK, guys. Thoughts and prayers with RFK.
know. And we're going to tell them what we're researching and how we're doing it. We're going to be transparent. It's the only way to restore trust in the agency, by making it trustworthy.
Finally, with chronic diseases like you, I'm committed to
I
addressing
got
our
them
nation's
all.
growing
I got
rate
them
of
all.
chronic
Gold standard of science, trustworthy, open data. That was like, I got them all. I got all three.
diseases. I think if we're going to make America healthy again, we need to support rural primary care providers that play a role. As a rural physician, I want to make sure we can prevent and manage chronic diseases in their communities, and I ask for you to continue to work with us specifically with regard to rural health.
Thank you, Congressman.
Senator Daines.
It's like sucking the air, dude.
Chairman Crable, thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Senator Kennedy, welcome.
Exactly. Does that influence what he's actually saying? Dude, Sky, for real. I thought that someone had like an oxygen mask or something, and that had like a hot mic or something that like legitimately is his breathing. It's wild.
See you here again. I want to begin my time by talking about the issue of federal deregulation of chemical abortion drugs. Since mifepristone was approved in 2000, 25 years ago, the FDA has steadily stripped away safeguards related to this drug, no longer requiring a doctor's prescription, no follow-up visits, no adverse event reporting, and now allowing it to be sent through the mail. Earlier this year, there was a new study that analyzed 865,000 real-world insurance claims, and it found that nearly 11% of women experienced a serious adverse event within 45 days of taking mifepristone.
Okay.
To put that in perspective, that is 22 times higher than the FDA's long-standing estimate of less than 0.5%. While these findings alone are shocking, my conversations with those in the medical profession, credible medical professionals, lead me to believe that even this study may indeed underrepresent the scale of the problem. For years, we've heard the misleading and frankly very harmful lie that's being sold to women that this drug is, and I quote, safe as Tylenol. These lies sadly have real-world consequences. Just last year, 2 women died as a result of taking chemical abortion pills because they were able to access them without appropriate medical oversight.
Oh, God.
And by the way, that's all allowed by the FDA. Mr. Secretary, I am grateful that you and FDA Commissioner McCary have already begun the process of reviewing this new data on the safety of mifepristone. We talked about this during your confirmation hearing. My question is, could you provide any updates on the status and the scope of that review and whether the FDA intends to replicate studies like the one that I referenced?
I think those are, I don't know if they're going to do an insurance claim study. That's one way to do it. I don't know exactly whether they're doing epidemiological studies or observational studies. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but I know I talked to Marty McCary about it yesterday, and he said those studies are progressing and that they're ongoing. So I will keep your office informed at every stage.
Thank you. And I've had a really constructive conversation with the FDA Commissioner as well, McCary. And I mean, here's a very smart,
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, Rachel.
data-focused,
That doesn't make any sense.
sincere type of leader. And we had a really good conversation. I want to encourage those conversations with you, Mr. Secretary, and that there's a follow-up here to make sure that the data that we now have exposed will be studied by the FDA and the appropriate actions considered. Given the legitimate safety concerns surrounding mifepristone and your actions to roll back other COVID emergency measures, will you repeal the COVID-era telemedicine allowance? Given that we're repealing these COVID-era regulations and emergency measures, would you repeal the COVID-era telemedicine allowance for chemical abortion drugs and restore the requirement for an in-person doctor visit?
Senator, I need to get back to you on that. I don't know if the White House
recordings
has
like
yet
2
taken a
days ago
position on
now, I
that.
think.
We will get back to you this week about that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Bye.
I want to close with a quick Montana question. Earlier this week, the state of Montana submitted a Medicaid demonstration
Good
waiver
morning.
application to CMS to strengthen the state's Medicaid expansion program. This waiver
So
seeks
it's
to
a
require
boring one,
community
guys.
engagement and
This
enhance
is
cost
the-
sharing for
the
working-age,
Montana,
able-bodied adults enrolled in the program.
senator.
I applaud our governor, Gian
He's
Forte, and Director
Republican.
Brereton for their proactive leadership in this space. My question is, Mr. Secretary, could you commit that
Oh,
CMS
yesterday,
will work
okay.
quickly in its consideration of Montana's waiver application?
Absolutely. It
Look at
sounds
this.
like the kind of
Again, it's the same thing. Every state has its own individual carve out thing. This is like so corrupt,
that we're
dude.
looking for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Senator
Insane,
Johnson.
dude.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, first of all, thank you for your willingness to serve and for putting up with this abuse. 5 minutes is even close to refute all of the falsehoods that have been confidently
Oh my
spewed during
God.
this hearing. We'll talk about real data here, okay? Well, first of all, thank you
Real
for
data. Here we go.
breaking the logjam of information of HHS. My committee's got
Abuse of like being asked to say link to studies.
now over 8 million pages of information. Just in the first tranche, by the way, what we discovered is that the CDC, somebody in the federal health agencies, this is interagency communication, hid the signal. They admitted there was a signal on myocarditis, and they hid it. They didn't want.
Literally, it's not. It was in the VAERS data. It was like Johnson and Johnson. Like they found it. They pulled their vaccine because it wasn't profitable for them to work on it, and they cared about it. They didn't care, so they pulled it.
Warn the public. They didn't warn doctors. So that's just one instance of corruption and lies told
And
by.
myocarditis is 5.8 times as worse with COVID, the incidence rate. So it's like plus 580% more COVID. So if you care about myocarditis or heart conditions, you get the vaccine.
The CDC. We've got a lot of others we'll be rolling out. Okay, so we held our first hearing in permanent subcommittee investigation on that hiding of the signal of myocarditis.
Nope, wrong.
We've heard a lot of studies. Okay, as I've looked into science, it's been thoroughly corrupted.
That's us. That's us, guys. We're thoroughly corrupted. Good to know. Good to know. Thanks for letting us know.
Here's data, and I'd like to enter this sheet into the record.
Okay. Dude's impugning the entire field of epidemiology and virology, but then he has this drug adhere events comparison. It's literally just raw VAERS data that he's putting in. What, guys? Think about this. Why would VAERS data, which is the Vaccine Adverse Side Effects Repository, that CDC publishes themselves, by the way. The CDC is trying to hide this and keep it under wraps somehow, but they're also displaying it and organizing it. Like why would it be so much higher? Why would it be so much higher for this one? Why would it be? Anyone? Why would it be so much higher? Because there's just so many dosages. There's so many dosages being done. It's one of the most used and widely used vaccines of all time. So it's like 6 billion dosages worldwide. And they're just exactly, dude, it's crazy. It was crazy. We got a whole slew. So there's literally, like, unless you're looking at per capita rates, right, which is like the amount of adverse side effects per shot given, which he's not, doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone do that? Exactly, Britt Rom. Exactly.
I've been publishing this chart for since really early 2021. When I'm on, for example, talk radio shows and they talk about this, they get deplatformed, or they were, because all the censorship in the Biden administration. Here's the facts.
Brave.
The VAERS system that was touted in October of 2020, this great safety surveillance system on COVID. A few months later, when they didn't like the results, they started denigrating their own system. But VAERS
literally not. Like everyone, like you can type in Google Scholar VAERS study meta-analysis, and you can see that the people are still using it. It's totally fine. Nobody's discredited it, but you just don't use the raw data from there. You have to be use. Oh, dude, koala. Oh my gosh. Incredible point. Good point, dude. Just nonsense.
Shows that there have been 38,742 deaths reported on VAERS worldwide. That there have been 38,742 deaths reported on VAERS worldwide associated with COVID vaccine. 38,742. 9,252 of those deaths occurred on the day of vaccination within 1 or 2 days. Again, I agree.
Nonsense.
Nobody knows how many COVID deaths were because.
So it's just raw, just people dying within the day or 2 days of getting vaccinated, and then they're constantly they think that it's vaccine side related. Yeah, exactly, Britt. I just crazy to me.
The information was completely corrupted. Nobody knows how many lives were saved by the. I think most people. Okay, if you're vulnerable, raise your antibodies, reverse severity. Fine. There's not any good study on that. There's just information out there, just claims being made. This is hard evidence.
What?
People. Okay, if you're vulnerable, raise your antibodies. Knows how many lives were saved by the. I think most people. Okay, if you're vulnerable, raise your antibodies, reverse severity. Fine. There's not any good study on that. There's just.
What? That is literally the entire field of epidemiology. That is literally what the whole point of the entire field of epidemiology is for. They've like literally do the death rate, and they know like how many people were impacted.
Information out there, just claims being made. This is hard evidence.
Hard evidence is just raw data that he has so in order to use VAERS data, you have to corroborate it with an actual event, because you could have a mismatch, right? So you could just have the VAERS data be it and not, like, you have to have enough information that it makes sense. You have to have it like the event be recorded somehow. So you can't just like use any VAERS number, right? You can't. This is commonly what they do, and they'll have like the anti-vaxxers will have websites where they're like, you can do a search for all the deaths on VAERS and you can see how many people it is, and it just doesn't make any sense.
And certainly what I've been advocating for are the injection injured, the childhood vaccine.
Thoughts and prayers, man. Thoughts and prayers with those people.
Injured. We're going to be holding a hearing next Tuesday on a study done by a high-integrity healthcare facility that shows that actually looked at vaccinated versus unvaccinated. Very high-quality study. I'm not going to steal the thunder of Aaron Seary, who's going to be testifying on this. I think you're aware of the study.
Post it.
That shows the vaccinated population far more prone to chronic illness than people completely unexposed to vaccines. That is just one example of how science has been corrupted by the way, the study was conducted, and when they conducted this, no matter what the results are, we're going to release this. They got the results in 2000. It is yet to be released. We're going to enter that in the record on Tuesday. Do you want to just talk about what you've witnessed in terms of the capture of the agencies that you're now in charge of, the corruption of science, which I believe you just said, that is almost your number one goal, right, is try to bring integrity and credibility back to science, which has been corrupted by the people who pay for it, by federal health agencies being captured by pharmaceutical industries, by big pharma, by big food. I want to give you, I'm sorry, just the last minute to, first of all, defend yourself, but talk about the corruption of science that you're having to deal with and trying to correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell you one example, and I could sit here and give you thousands. But in 2002, CDC did an internal study of Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia children, and looked at children who got the MMR vaccine on time and compared those to kids who got them later. So in other words, kids who got them before 36 months and kids who got them afterward. The data from that study showed that Black boys who got the vaccine on time had a 260% greater chance of getting an autism diagnosis than children who waited. The chief scientist on that, Dr. William Thompson, the senior vaccine safety scientist at CDC, was ordered to come into a room with 4 other co-authors by his boss, Frank DeStefano, who's the head of the immunization safety branch, and ordered to destroy that data. And then they published it without that fact.
How did he know?
So you know that story, I know that story, and you know of hundreds of stories like that. It happens all the time. We are being lied to by these agencies, and we're going to change that right now.
Oh my gosh, dude.
This guy in the contract business, it would be out of business because of the 50 employee mandate. It's going to be out of business. I just want to enter that in record as well.
Without objection. The committee will take a 5-minute quick break here just to allow just a moment of reset here, and then we'll start right back up again in about 5 minutes.
Well, we are hitting the halfway point, guys. Let's do a quick poll real quick. What are you guys thinking? All right. Here we go, guys. It's up to you guys what we do. Should we finish as much as we can? I'm down for like another 30 minutes of it. Or we could just chill and do like a more normal thing. But we're like halfway through. What do you guys want? Okay. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. Yeah. I'm a microbiology PhD. Okay, here we go. I hate how he just is able to lie with impunity.
Committee is returning back from recess on this.
There we go.
Senator Whitehouse is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary,
It's
I want to
going to
talk
get
to you
more
about Rhode
spicy, I
Island.
think.
When you were last sitting there, here's what I said to you. I want to read it back to you because I want it to sink in.
Dude.
CMS has for years maintained a reimbursement system that the bureaucracy could never explain, never justify, that persistently pays Rhode Island providers less
Senator
than
Sheldon
neighboring
Whitehouse.
Massachusetts and Connecticut providers, a difference of 23 and 26% in our regional healthcare market.
Democrat
Rhode Island's
from Rhode
healthcare
Island.
system
Rhode
is
Island.
bleeding out because we aren't paid what neighboring hospitals and doctors are paid. And the one act that CMS took on this issue years ago was to make it worse. I raised that with you then. I've raised it since with Dr. Oz. I've raised it with CMMI Director Sutton. I would like to get action from CMS on that. One partial avenue of relief for Rhode Island is the AHEAD program. Rhode Island is a willing, voluntary
Again, all these
participant in
carve-outs.
the AHEAD program.
It's insane.
Coming behind Rhode Island is Connecticut. What remains to be seen is whether the payment rates agreed to for Rhode Island will suffer the same discriminatory discount with respect to the AHEAD rates for Connecticut as Connecticut comes through.
See, it's like all
I've
these
been able
little
to get
things
no
like,
assurances from CMS that they
please
care
think
one
of
whit
us, sir.
about this payment differential, or that they see AHEAD as a means of resolving this injustice. Mr. Kennedy, our healthcare system is teetering as a result of this. This is not a casual matter, and I would really like to see you and Dr. Oz and Mr. Dutton put your attention onto this Rhode Island problem. There is no conceivable justification for paying a hospital in Fall River 23% more than Rhode Island Hospital when Rhode Island Hospital provides more and better services, as recognized by the Secret Service, which will take an injured president from Martha's Vineyard to the Rhode Island Hospital Trauma Center, flying right over St. Anne's Hospital
than Fall River, yet Fall River gets paid more. It makes no sense, and it has to be resolved. The other problem that I mentioned to you is that I'm now in my 4th round of CMMI directors. It's bloody Groundhog Day, trying to get something done about how end-of-life patients are treated. I'm offering Rhode Island as a willing example of how we can do it better. It is idiotic and cruel.
Oh, dude, White House, look at this. He received his JD from the University of Virginia School of Law in 1982, where he became friends with RFK Jr. This guy literally knows him since the 1982. Dang. Oh, that's so awkward.
To family to put their dying loved one through 3 days and 2 nights of a hospital before they can put him in a nursing home. It is equally ridiculous to not allow palliative and curative care to happen together. Providing home care when someone is dying, even if they can still get out of the house or into the yard, is a basic thing to ask. And to have respite care.
Sheldon Whitehouse, the guy that we're listening to right now. Whitehouse is the Democrat from Rhode Island.
That somebody comes to the house, instead of taking a dying family member to a hospital, that's not even respite. Every single one, Mr. Kennedy, of these waivers has been granted in the past by CMMS and other circumstances. All I want is for somebody to come and work out how we do this in Rhode Island. What is our patient base that we'll do this in? How we put the waivers together? To quote your CMS director, Mr. Oz, he said, as we discussed in your office, we must re-examine how end-of-life care is addressed in this country. I'm offering Rhode Island as an example of how to make it better. I hope you will concede that right now it is not good. So
Senator,
I need you to respond to me. You guys know where to find me. I'm up in the Hart Building.
Yeah.
We've reached out. We've tried for
literally
meetings,
like,
and the
help me,
progress in all 3 of those areas.
Carve out.
Fixing the payment gap.
Exactly, Jen. This is just their opportunity to fleece and get connections.
On our desire to do good things, improving end-of-life care with waivers you guys have already granted has gotten me so far no place. And forgive my impatience. A lot of it predates you. I put a hold on Biden nominees because I was getting jerked around by your bureaucracy. I'd like it to end and get some progress.
Yeah, you know, Senator, you raised this during my confirmation hearing, and I said to you then, and you were very civil. You raised something that makes a lot of sense. To the extent that we have the power to fix it at CMS, I'd like to do it. We've had the same kind of complaints from Vermont. But I said to you at that time, call me and let's come talk about this. You have my cell phone. You can call me anytime. I've never heard from you in 7 months.
Yeah.
Call me up. I'd love to meet with you. I'll get Oz in the meeting. And you know what you're saying, particularly about at the end of life, it may be something we can do something about. I want to help, and let me know.
We'll try to get my frustration. You've got 30,000 employees. They could have reached out to me. They know where I live.
Yeah.
That's
all. That's the entire thing.
Kennedy,
oh my God!
For being here. In May, you said, and I quote, "I stand with President Trump to say, no more middlemen, no more foreign freeloaders, no more skyrocketing drug prices. We're putting American patients first and taking on big pharma to make America healthy again." Yet your record tells a different story. In July, Republicans handed big pharma a massive win. Their big, beautiful bill that they just passed shields billion-dollar drugs like Keytruda, the world's top-selling cancer drug, from Medicare negotiation. Keytruda has been on the market since 2014. It pulled in nearly $18 billion last year in the United States alone. It costs patients up to $175,000 a year, draining Medicare of billions and forcing families into crushing debt or to forego life-saving care. And yet you support the big, beautiful bill. So despite the hype with executive orders and Washington Republicans' only drug pricing law days relief for Medicare patients relying on high-cost cancer drugs, meanwhile, Democrats finally have allowed Medicare to negotiate drug prices. I will say that Keytruda, along with Opdivo and Darzalex, the 3 top-selling cancer drugs, were widely expected to be selected for Part B negotiation in 2026 for 2028 implementation. They are now, because of the actions of this administration, exempt from negotiation for at least several additional years, if not permanently. So my question to you, Mr. Secretary, is how do you justify claiming to take on big pharma while supporting a bill that shields drugs like Keytruda and other cancer drugs from Medicare negotiation, costing seniors and taxpayers billions, and risking the lives of cancer patients who cannot afford their necessary medication?
Yeah, Senator, I appreciate the question. the Medicare drug negotiations in the IRA were very well intentioned, but they were poorly structured. What we found is that the negotiations that have occurred actually have ended up raising the costs for Medicare. We are right now in negotiations.
The CBO has not agreed to that. The CBO doesn't say that. It's just the opposite. So you're saying the CBO and independent agencies that validate the costs are wrong?
That is CMS data.
Okay, so let's just focus on the cancer drugs. Why aren't we negotiating those and bringing those down for families? Why does the bill exempt those?
It's part of the MFN negotiations. I'm not sure that provision in the bill.
This is the thing. It's just so.
You're not sure of the provision, the negotiation provision, and how exempted cancer drugs? Your agency is responsible for that negotiation, and you don't know about it?
I know that we're negotiating in the MFN.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Secretary. Let me ask you another question.
Dude.
How much are Medicare Part D enrollees expected to pay for prescription drug coverage next year?
I think that is in debate right now.
Let me tell you.
Are you talking about the rate?
They are going to pay $15 more than last year, up to $50 a month. Now, let me have a question for you on Part B. How much are Medicare Part B premiums expected to increase next year?
Dude. I don't know. I talked to Dr. Oz
that is about,
I think it's
they're supposed to increase about 11.6% or $21.50 more each month. And again, last time you were before me, you couldn't answer the questions of the very agency and the authority that you have to address these issues. You know, next year, seniors and families are facing higher health care costs across the board. 23 million people on Medicare with a standalone Part D drug plan could see their premiums rise to $50 a month, up from $35, because the Trump administration is cutting the federal subsidy that has been keeping costs down. Part B premiums will jump 11.6% to $206 a month in 2026, one of the largest single-year increases in decades. And so for an administration that claims it is lowering costs, my question to you is, what are you going to do to keep costs down for seniors?
I mean, I'm already doing I'm already keeping costs down.
What are you doing to keep costs down for seniors?
By
knowing
killing
that these
people.
costs are going to be increasing.
I mean, the program integrity bill, that is the first action that I did when I got in. It's one of the earliest actions in history of a complex regulation by an HHS secretary. A Congressional Budget Office has said that that's brought premiums down by 5%. That is the Congressional Budget Office, which does not like to acknowledge anything that we do.
And does that impact seniors?
Excuse me?
Does that impact seniors? And I know my time is running out. Does that impact seniors? What you just talked about, you're lowering costs. I'm asking you specifically.
We're lowering
helping
costs.
seniors. Does it impact seniors?
Does it impact?
Come on. Let me just stop you.
I didn't
My
hear
time is
what
running
you
out, so
said.
I appreciate the chairman's indulgence here. My concern is you can't answer the questions. The very agency has oversight over these issues and controls the levers to lower costs for seniors. And you can't answer that simple question.
I didn't hear your question.
Okay, let's go.
We'll just proceed. And Senator Tillis has yielded his position to Senator Blackburn. So
And
she'll take it.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate the comments you've made about the Rural Health Transformation Program. That is something many of us worked on, and we were pleased to push that out of this committee. And I know Dr. Oz is moving forward with implementing that. I appreciate your comments to Senator Warner on the area wage index. He and I have worked on fixing that, and we appreciate your attention. I am delighted to know that you're going to end the revolving door and the conflicts of interest. I have found it so unseemly that people who work with a pharmaceutical or with a big food company then go back over into CDC or NIH or FDA, and then they're signing off on regulation for their former employer and many times their future employer. So we appreciate that. Senator Langford went to you on the PBMs, and as you are aware, my PBM Act that Senator Wyden worked with me on, that made it out of this committee last cycle. And making certain that we keep these rural pharmacies open, making certain that PBMs do not profit above what is their standard service fee, and that they have to disclose all their pricing. That is going to be an imperative. So will you work with us to get that PBM legislation across the finish line and to the president's desk?
Yes, Senator, absolutely.
Thank you. Interoperability is something that you have announced, a new interoperability framework to better align data sharing principles. And this is important to digital health. And as you're aware, when we pass 21st century cures in 2018, the Software Act, and that Health IT definition is something that I worked tirelessly on to get implemented. So what I want to hear from you is, how does CMS plan to align this new framework with the existing federal framework, and how are we going to be able to move forward with one national policy on interoperability?
Well, I don't know if we,
it's so
what we have right now is concrete commitments from the 60 top tech companies who we were able to convene to do data sharing, to do patient accessibility,
Again,
and
it's just
to do
all these
interoperability. But I can't tell you how that's going to mesh.
Then if you will have someone submit to me in writing what that pathway is, this is something that is essential if we're going to be able to benefit from that data. So having some...
Okay. Well, was I okay? That's fine. I'm awake now, guys. I'm awake now. Okay. Oh no, really? Oh, bad. Okay, guys. It's okay. All right. I'm going to bed then. Damn, dude. Yeah. Blackburn. Oh, I did miss Blackburn. Oh, I was out for like 2 minutes. Okay. All right. Well. All right, guys. You caught me. You guys caught me. It's true. Well, we have an hour left, and that's where Bernie and Elizabeth Warren are. So that should be a good thing. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Maui girl. Appreciate you guys. Well, we got to do our one thing real quick. Your turn. Thank you so much, Mary Bevins, for the last subscriber. Thank you so much. The top gifters: Emma, Jen, Marlis Dawn, NB, DN, Brandy, Maiden, Mac, KWF, Jen, and the top likers. Thank you guys so much. You could just be sitting there and just watching, but you're liking the stream and getting it out to other people. Thank you so much. Jen, Mac, Sherwood, Maiden, Ducray, Lefty Left, Alina, NB Kami, DN. Thank you guys so much. And my link tree, guys, has the link to the Discord, and it has a link to my publications if you want to see me, what I did as a scientist, or $5 super chats. I'm gonna do a super chat for next week, tomorrow. I mean, that's kind of it, guys. That's it. All right, we will finish this tomorrow. Sorry I fell asleep, guys, but it's kind of boring right now. These ones are a little bored. Thank you guys so much. It was fun. It's been fun. We'll do it again tomorrow. All right. Come on. Do it. Do the thing. There it is. See ya. Peace. 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 All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Ooh, Mava. Make America vaccinated again. We're onto something, guys. We're onto something. Peace.